Please be seated. First item in the order paper is member statements. Called Declan Kearney.
Thank you, Speaker. 50,000 children have been killed in Gaza. 34,000 have been injured. Up to 1,000 children have been killed and injured in a place that is smaller than County Antrim. Since Israel broke the peace treaty on the 18th of March, they have killed over more than 1,300 children and injured almost 4,000 others.
Tomorrow marks International United Nations Day of Innocent Children Victims of Aggression. In light of this genocide and mass slaughter of children in Gaza, the Irish Congress of Trade Unions is calling on workers across Ireland to observe a moment of reflection. Tomorrow at 1:05, workers are encouraged to stand together at their workplaces for a moment of reflection in a simple act of solidarity and remembrance for the loss of Palestinian children's lives. I am urging all workers in all sectors, including this place, to support this call from the Congress, to stand together in solidarity and reflection and in memory of those children who have been murdered by Israel. And then, beyond that, to continue to campaign for an end to the genocide, a permanent ceasefire, and for unhindered access to humanitarian aid for the starving people of Gaza.
Peter Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Over the weekend, the local Women Magazine Educational Awards celebrated the remarkable achievements and tireless efforts of teachers in schools across Northern Ireland. And apparently it had all the glitz and glamour of the educational equivalent of the Oscars. The awards were recognising teachers who inspire, lead and change lives for the better in classrooms across Northern Ireland. I believe we have some of the best teachers in the world in our wee country, and they are present across all sectors of education. Teaching can be at times a lonely and thankless job, so it is right and proper that we celebrate success. As an MLA who's worked as a lecturer and is passionate about education and its ability to turn lives around, I want to celebrate and recognise that some teachers go way above and beyond what's normally expected in their role. There's a very local element for me to these awards, as one of the schools in my constituency, Glenlola Collegiate, had 5 teachers nominated and 1 received an award. So, a shout out to Mrs Graham, Mr Patterson and Mr Spence, who were all nominated as Best Teacher in Post-Primary. Mr Barr was nominated as Best Teacher Rising Star, and Mrs McKee was nominated as Teacher of the Year in Special Educational Needs. And I love how teachers don't seem to have first names. However, special congratulations go to Mr Spence, who won in his category and was Local Women's Magazine's Best Teacher of the Year, and who says there's no glamour, Mr Spence, in chemistry. I know the principal of Glenlola, Eric Thompson, will be very proud of the school's success, as will the Board of Governors, and I know that every school in North Down strives for excellence, and it's great that we have an organisation like Local Women's Magazine who recognise and acknowledges. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
And I rise today to express congratulations to Moira Primary School, who at the Local Women's Magazine Education Awards at the weekend were given an award for Best Primary School. The judges said of the school, and this is a quote that the school put on their website when announcing their news, was, "The school impressed us with its innovative teaching methods, inclusive environment and unwavering focus on pupil well-being. The staff's collective effort and genuine care for each and every child shone through, a truly deserving winner." And I absolutely recognise that characterisation of the school. Moira Primary School was one of the first primary schools that I visited when I got into this role. They could not have made me feel more welcome, and Mr Ford was absolutely bursting with energy and enthusiasm for his school, and actually explained to me, I guess, what they're doing to create the kind of school community that is represented in that quotation. So a huge congratulations to the whole school community. It takes a whole team to come together to deliver this kind of success. I hope that they enjoy their moment, and congratulations to everyone. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Dr. Reagan.
Mr Speaker, over the last few days, two further stark examples of anti-Semitism have occurred. The first was in Boulder, Colorado, when a Free Palestine fanatic attempted to incinerate 6 elderly Jewish people, including a Holocaust survivor, who were walking peacefully, as they did every week, to call for the release of hostages who had been tortured and denied access to the Red Cross for over 20 months by Hamas and its fellow travellers. The second was the disgraceful anti-Jewish censorship shown by much in the Irish media when they refused to publish my good friend Alan Shatter, bearing in mind he was the ex-Irish Justice Minister and Defence Minister, comment on the Irish Government's Occupied Territories Bill. For the record, I will read it in now. Could we stop using euphemisms and call the Government's promised bill heading into the Oireachtas Foreign Affairs Committee in June after Tuesday's Cabinet meeting for what it is? It's the Boycott Jews Bill rather than the Occupied Territories Bill, and that is a more accurate and snappy title, as the bill is not to apply to any territory other than Judea and Samaria, aka the West Bank, East Jerusalem and Gaza. The bill's objective is to prevent the import into Ireland and sale here of goods made by or connected to any Jewish person present there. Jewish contaminated goods so imported or sold will result in criminal prosecution, and if the precedent of the 2018 Private Members Bill is followed, draconian fines of up to €250,000 or a prison sentence up to 5 years will be imposed. The promised bill will make history as the first legislation published by a European state specifically targeting Jews since World War II. Ministers have explained the delay in the government publishing the bill due to its complexity. Readily translated legislation enacted by the Third Reich could provide helpful precedents to the Irish and what they do. Mr. Speaker, President Higgins complains about the rest of the world being unfair about describing Ireland as being an anti-Semitic reservoir of hate. Rather than denying the obvious, it's about time he opened his eyes and parked his hypocrisy. We all deserve better. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to express my horror, my heartbreak and my anger at the worsening humanitarian catastrophe in Gaza. Since October the 7th, more than 54,000 Palestinians have been killed, many of them women and children. Over 15,000 have been arrested. Entire families have been wiped out, cities reduced to rubble, and now, in perhaps the most horrifying development of all, children are dying of starvation. This morning, doctors in Gaza described scenes of total carnage as at least 27 people were reportedly killed by Israeli fire at an aid distribution centre. Hospitals are overwhelmed. Medical staff are working in impossible conditions. Casualties are mounting by the hour. In 2025, in full view of the world, we are witnessing the deliberate blocking of aid. This is not a natural disaster. This is a man-made atrocity. Let us be absolutely clear, the denial of food, water and medicine to civilians is not just a moral outrage, it is a breach of international law. The Israeli government and the IDF cannot be allowed to use humanitarian aid as a bargaining chip in negotiations. Aid is not a tool of revenge, it is a lifeline. Mr. Speaker, the people of Gaza have been left abandoned by much of the international community, and Europe, including the British government, is failing in its duty. While leaders express concern, arms continue to be sold to Israel. This is not neutrality, this is complicity. We urgently need a full and immediate ceasefire, the unimpeded flow of humanitarian aid, and a return to meaningful peace talks, talks that are grounded in justice, dignity and equal rights for both Palestinians and Israelis. But peace cannot be built on the rubble of homes and the graves of children. It cannot be achieved while aid is withheld, while journalists are silent, and while international law is ignored with impunity. Mr. Speaker, I stand with those across these islands who are calling for an end to this horror. We must demand more than words from our governments. We must demand action and an end to arms sales and a clear international commitment to peace. Because every hour we delay, another child goes hungry, another mother mourns, another family is shattered. And history will ask, what did we do?
Orlin Flynn.
Audit, a Concordia. Giving birth should be one of the most fulfilling and joyous times in a woman's life. It marks the beginning of a new journey, a new life, and no mother should be separated from her baby at such a vulnerable and critical stage. Recent media reports of mothers being separated from their newborns have once again highlighted the urgent need for a specialist mother and baby unit on this island. I want to commend the courageous women and families who have spoken out about their experiences, and their voices genuinely must be heard. I urge the Department of Health to act swiftly and progress the business case for a dedicated unit without any further delay. Shamefully, we still remain the only part of right across these islands who does not have such a facility for mother and babies. Some new mothers will experience serious mental health challenges after birth, and they deserve access to specialist inpatient care that allows them to stay with their babies while they're receiving the healthcare support that they need. Mothers cannot wait for this kind of facility any longer. They deserve compassion, dignity and proper care as they begin the life-changing journey of parenthood. We know that the unit has been, the location for the unit has been identified at the Belfast City Hospital. Just as recently as last week, the Minister did say the business case is at a pretty advanced stage, that he's hoping that the unit will be green-lighted during the course of this calendar year, which is very, very important progress. If we do get it over the line very soon, it is going to be the first facility of its kind across the island, and we need to work at how we can maximise cross-border cooperation so that no mother, regardless of where she lives, doesn't face that awful scenario of being separated from her newborn baby if she's in mental health psychosis or with bad mental health illness. I just do want to mention the MAS project, all of the clinicians who have been part of this campaign, all of the groups, the Maternal Mental Health Alliance, and the journalists who have spoken up and spoken out about this, including Mary-Louise Conley, who's done the spotlight piece on it. We held a session at the APG Women's Health last March. We heard from a mother, Laura, who was talking about in this mental health unit, when her wee newborn baby was coming to visit her, she was beside a smoking area. She didn't have access to a proper bath to get bathed after having birth. It's just ridiculous that mothers are still in this scenario. And 2 years ago, a petition was handed into Robin Swan with families, and including some families who have actually sadly been bereaved. One mother from Belfast who actually lost her life, that wee new baby left without a mother. We really need to get this facility over the line for all of our mothers and families in our communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I understand the need for many of our public bodies and organisations to transform and become more efficient. However, I want to rise this morning to raise concerns about proposals from the Housing Executive within Londonderry. They have proposals to close 4 of the existing offices in my constituency: Collin Terrace, Waterside, Richmond, Chambers and Waterloo Place. They want to consolidate those 4 offices into one in the city centre at Carlisle House. This raises a number of key concerns, not least for those in the Waterside office. I've been in touch with many of the staff who feel that they will be disadvantaged when they move, not least in terms of obviously their parking and their capacity to meet with constituents, but also just in terms of meeting with those most vulnerable within the Waterside. My constituents will suffer as well because, again, that face-to-face offering within the Waterside will cease to be if this consultation goes in the direction that it's currently going. I recently have met with the North West Road Safety Partnership about issues at the proposed new site where these other offices will be consolidated. There's ongoing parking issues and challenges which continue to exist there. So I wanted to highlight that this afternoon, encourage people to respond to the consultation which closes on the 9th of June. It is important that when we look at efficiencies that we also are mindful that closing these offices are not the way to go, given the fact that many people rely on that face-to-face support. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
As a young sports person in Gael growing up in West Belfast, Casement Park to me and all Gaels is more than just bricks and mortar. It's a symbol of identity, of pride and belonging for Gaels across Antrim, Ulster and beyond. As an executive flagship project, its delivery is not optional, but it is a promise that must be honoured. I've had the privilege of playing in Casement myself, lining out with my club, St Paul, shoulder to shoulder with teammates, friends and 2 of my sisters by my side, and those memories are some of the most special of my life. And to think that an entire generation of young Gaels has been denied that same opportunity, denied the chance to wear their club colours or represent an Antrim and their county field, and to feel the pride of place and history that Casement embodies is truly sad, and we cannot and will not allow another generation to miss out. Now is the time for the British Government to step up and to put their commitment on the table. No more delays, no more broken promises. The GA community has waited long enough. Casement goes far beyond sport. Casement Park will be a catalyst for regeneration, for creating jobs, boosting local businesses and putting West Belfast and Antrim on the map. It will drive investment and pride into a community that has given so much and asked for so little in return. Antrim Gaels deserve a home, Ulster Gaels deserve a home, and that home is Casement Park. And for our part, we stand together, club and county, player and supporter, to deliver a stadium that reflects who we are and the future that we deserve. There is no ambiguity in this. Casement will be built.
Speaker, and again I'm delighted to raise more wonderful achievements of another boxing club in the East Antrim area, and this time I'm delighted to announce that Carrick Boxing Academy has now 3 Antrim champions, following a tough but rewarding week at the Antrim Senior Championship at the Crumlin Star Social Club in Belfast at the weekend. The boxers put on an incredible amount of work on the lead up to the competition, and that dedication has paid off in a big way. Scott Murray is now the 63.5 kg senior novice champion, Dan Ames is a 71 kg senior novice champion, and Ruben Bell is a 71 kg senior open champion. All 3 lads brought home gold medals, and we're especially proud of Ruben Bell, who was awarded the County Antrim Belt, a new addition this year presented to the open class winner. This is a huge moment for the club, who have went from strength to strength, and a reflection of the commitment and the drive of the boxers, the coaching team and everyone who supports Carrick Boxing Academy. We're very proud of all these athletes and how far they have come, and we're excited to see what's next for them, with East Antrim punching above its weight again. Thank you.
Diane Forsyth.
Mr. Speaker, on Friday past it was a privilege to sponsor a report launch up here in Parliament buildings by the amazing Cancer Fund for Children. The report is called Say Their Name, and it's an evaluation report on the support offered to children and young people attending residential bereavement group work programmes held at the Cancer Fund for Children's Narnia Lodge cabin based in the grounds of Daisy Lodge in Newcastle in my constituency of South Down. Friday's event was very powerful and was hosted by Thomas and Leah Hayton. Thomas's wife Lindsay sadly passed away to cancer, and Cancer Fund for Children supported his family throughout their journey. Lindsay's beautiful picture sat proudly at the event, where her daughter Leah spoke of how this bereavement programme helped her and her brother Lewis deal with their grief. As Leah said, the loss of her mother at such a young age was the biggest thing that happened in her life, and I'm sure her mum would be so proud of her. Specialised programmes are needed to help support people through these times, especially young people. Sadly, this type of bereavement support does not exist across our healthcare system and not rolled out within our schools. The impacts of accessing it on young people dealing with their grief has been described as life-changing. It is something that we need to be calling for funding to ensure remains in place in Northern Ireland. Cancer Fund for Children have delivered, through their informal therapeutic support model, this programme to over 60 young people, and the proof of its impact is on each of their powerful testimonies. On Friday we also heard from Christopher Smith, whose wife Leantia sadly died from cancer, and with the beautiful backdrop of pictures of their family together, he spoke of how his daughter Maeve attended the bereavement support and how it helped them as a family speak about their grief and keep happy memories alive. It was very emotional to hear the stories and feel the impact of this programme in the room with people from across Northern Ireland, including from my own constituency there. And sometimes we see policies and procedures set out, but there's nothing more impactful than hearing the real life stories. And it is an absolute credit to the team at Cancer Fund for Children to have delivered this programme through Joe and Gemma and have really made a difference to many lives. And I want to take this opportunity to pick up on the call from Breed Carroll as she spoke on the importance of this evaluation and the very real need to ensure that here in Northern Ireland bereavement support is in place, especially for young people. This programme was funded by a stream through the Department of Health Charity Fund, which has now stopped. But this service cannot stop. It needs to be funded to stay in place. It's literally changing the direction of people's lives at their toughest moments. The model is there with Cancer Fund for Children to connect, nurture, understand and empower those managing their bereavement journey. We don't need to reinvent the wheel. We need to embed this as a core function within our health service and working in partnership with our schools. And just remember, for those who are gone, say their name.
Timothy Gosson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Through a series of Assembly questions, I have established that in little over a year, Stormont departments have spent over $470,000 on travel outside the British Isles. Nearly £500,000 of public money in just over 12 months on foreign travel. And more than 52,000 of that was spent by ministers personally. What I've exposed here is a culture of lavish long-haul junkets, disconnected from the very everyday realities faced by the people we are supposed to represent. Let's look at the Department of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs. It spent nearly £78,000 on overseas travel, including £11,134 on a trip to New York Climate Week, where 3 officials, including the Minister, flew across the Atlantic to discuss sustainability. The same department that enforces rigid environmental rules on farmers apparently doesn't stop to consider its own emissions or the cost of flying thousands of miles to talk green. It's hard to take the green rhetoric seriously when it comes wrapped in business class boarding passes. Then there's the Department of Education. The Minister himself spent £8,128 on overseas travel, including visits to Washington DC and Iceland. Under his watch, officials made costly trips like the one to Tokyo, costing £3,366. The extravagance doesn't stop there. The Department for Communities managed to spend over £2,280 on a single trip to Los Angeles for one official. That included nearly £1,200 on a hotel stay and nearly £1,000 on flights. What was so urgent that a transatlantic trip to California was necessary when so many community services here are barely staying afloat? And of course, the biggest spenders are no surprise. It's the Executive Office, the Department of Michelle O'Neill and Emma Little-Pengelly. Well, they burned through over £126,000 in foreign travel, including the 6-person trip to New York for St Patrick's Day last year, costing a staggering £38,000, over £6,300 per person. And thanks to today's newsletter, we know that the head of the civil service was sailing about in a private car, as was the Deputy First Minister, while lesser ministers made do with public transport and an Uber. Ministers parading on the world stage while hospital waiting lists grow, budgets in this House slashed and people at home can't pay their bills. My goodness, ministerial egos should not be subsidised by struggling families.
Philip Brett.
Speaker, I rise to pay tribute to Manchester United, Northern Ireland, but more importantly North Belfast legend Johnny Evans, who this month has now retired from professional football. As a sometimes heartbreaking fan of both Manchester United and Northern Ireland, I have followed Johnny's journey with absolute pride when Johnny made his first debut for Northern Ireland in 2006 in that famous night that we won 3-2 against Spain. Johnny went on then to make his professional debut for Manchester United in 2007, and after 200 games just last weekend played his last game for the club, bringing to an end the last of the golden era of Alex Ferguson. Johnny was the 4th player in history to receive over 100 caps for Northern Ireland and was awarded a MBE by the Prince of Wales in 2023 for his services to football. Despite Johnny winning 11 major championships with Manchester United, including Premier Leagues and Champions Leagues, he said that the greatest moment of his career was captaining his country and representing Northern Ireland on the world stage. Johnny has been with us from some of our more difficult and indeed our best times as he played for Northern Ireland in the Euros in 2016. As a lifelong Northern Ireland fan, I want to thank Johnny for his service to my club and, more importantly, to our country. There are now some vacancies in managerial football in North Belfast, so Johnny would be welcome to come back if he wants to take up a position at Seaview. But I want to take this opportunity to wish him, his wife Helen and their children a long and happy retirement, and thank Johnny for his service to the people of North Belfast and to Northern Ireland.
Speaker, for calling me. I just, first of all, briefly before I come on to my remarks, do want to respond to Dr. Econ, who I think earlier on compared a bill being discussed in Dáil Éireann with the Nazis. Dr. Econ is entitled to robust views on Israel, but I would genuinely ask him to consider his views, consider his remarks earlier on, because they are remarkably intemperate. Mr. Speaker, yesterday in the Chamber, I asked the Justice Minister about a subject which has received much commentary and is of high public interest in Northern Ireland. That is the sentence awarded or given to Mr. Winston, aka Winky Irvine. Now, I respect the fact that the Justice Minister did not want to comment on a specific sentence. It is right that any Justice Minister is clear about judicial independence and not straying into that area. But I also asked her a question about broader confidence in the justice system and indeed broader concerns about this society and some of the moral hazard that we have created by allowing people to continue to exert coercive control over communities while also drawing money from the public purse and, it appears, being able to enjoy some level of public esteem enough or some level of private power and influence to the extent that the great and the good write letters to try and get you a lighter sentence. There's a broader question for the justice system. There's also a broader question for the justice system, Mr. Speaker, when an individual, any individual, by the way, is not charged with terror offences, even membership of a terrorist organisation, even when lots of UVF paraphernalia are found at a property belonging to them, and when as soon as they arrive in Maghaberry Jail, they are put in the segregated loyalist wing. Those are real questions. They're real questions for our society. There are broader policy questions that arise from them. Lots of people in the constituency that I represent feel frustrated that they can do nothing when a UVF, UDA flag appears on their street. And the same would be true of IRA or dissident paraphernalia. People want to live in a society that has moved on from all of this. They want something different and something better, but they feel that we've created some kind of strange post-conflict Shangri-La where if you have some kind of affiliation or influence or you're deemed to be the right kind of person, you can draw money from the public purse, you can have access to senior people, whether that's politicians, diplomats, senior members of the police. You can get invited to cushy panels on the public purse or paid for at someone else's expense, and you can frankly get treated in a more lenient way by the justice system. Those are including when you get sent to Maghaberry, get immediately put onto a segregated wing. Now, those are real questions. I was disappointed yesterday to hear the Justice Minister avoid those questions. Nothing to do even with the specifics of one sentence, but with the broader justice system. It gets right to the heart of the situation we have created, the weird Shangri-La situation for people who continue to exert coercive control in our society. It has to end. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Matthew. I call Jerry Carroll. Jerry, you have 2 minutes.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, yesterday I met with a constituent of mine, Syra Khan, who I've known for many years and who has lived in West Belfast for around 10 years. And despite the contribution made by her and her family to the community in the West and beyond, her brother and mother face deportation back to South Africa against their wishes and against their needs. And despite submitting all the documentation and information asked of them by the Home Office, both face a really disturbing situation of state violence and displacement. In less than 2 weeks, Deputy Speaker, both face deportation. To be unequivocally clear, the family live here, they want to remain here, they contribute here, and they want to stay. I want to say directly to the Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, intervene and put a stop to this appalling situation that sees people's lives upended, relationships built, torn apart by the Home Office and by the British Government. You're supposed to be a human rights lawyer, show some interest in human rights for the Khan family and everybody else affected by this situation. I put an Assembly question to the First Minister and Deputy First Minister on this issue. Deputy Speaker, they need to intervene to support and protect the Khan family. This is an appalling act of injustice, and the Justice Minister cannot turn her head and close her ears to this appalling act of injustice. So it's clear that ministers need to act. Ministers in the Assembly and the Executive need to act to stand up for this family. The British Government needs to act to reverse this decision as well. But the community aren't waiting by, Deputy Speaker. PPR have organised a defence protest outside the family home this Friday at 12 o'clock at Collinview Street, just off the Springfield Road. And I encourage everyone who's interested in standing up against displacement, standing up against state violence, to come and show support and stand side by side, shoulder to shoulder, against this appalling act of violence and in support of this family. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry. That ends members' statements. Our next item of business is the further consideration stage of the Assembly Remuneration Board Bill. I want to call a representative from the Assembly Commission, Mr Andy Allen, to move the bill.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, on behalf of the Assembly Commission, I move that the further consideration stage of the Assembly Members' Independent Remuneration Board Bill is now taken.
Been selected, there isn't an opportunity to discuss the Assembly Members' Remuneration Bill now. Members will of course be able to have a full debate at the final stage. The further consideration stage of the Assembly Members' Remuneration Board Bill is therefore concluded. The bill stands referred to the Speaker. The next item of business is that I have received notice from the Minister for Infrastructure that she wishes to make a statement. Just to say, members, before I call the Minister, I would like to remind you all that you must be concise in asking your question. It isn't an opportunity for long introductions or debate. So without further ado, I call the Minister.
In compliance with Sections 52 of the NI Act 1998, I wish to make the following statement to the Assembly in respect of a British Irish Council Ministerial meeting of the transport work sector held on the 4th of April 2025. To ensure appropriate cross-community representation at the meeting, members will note that Junior Minister Cameron was also in attendance and is aware that I am making this statement to the Assembly. Members will be aware that the British Irish Council, established in 1999 with transport as one of the original areas of activity, is a forum for its members to discuss, consult and use best endeavours to reach agreement on cooperation on matters of mutual interest within the competence of its member administrations. The British Irish Council Transport Work Sector is chaired by the Executive, and this group has proved to be a valuable forum for ongoing cooperation in sharing information and experiences of developing and implementing transport policy. As I previously highlighted, the Executive was represented at the Ministerial meeting that took place here in Belfast by myself as Chair, accompanied by Junior Minister Cameron. The Government of Guernsey was represented by Deputy Lindsay Dessois-Moraes, President of the Committee for the Environment and Infrastructure. The Government of Ireland was represented by Dara O'Brien, TD, Minister for Transport. The Isle of Man Government was represented by Honourable Michelle MHK, Minister for Infrastructure. Michelle Haywood, sorry. The Government of Jersey was represented by Andy Gehan, Minister for Infrastructure. The Scottish Government was represented by Fiona Heaslop, MSP, Cabinet Secretary for Transport. The British Government was represented by Simon Lightwood, MP, Parliamentary Under Secretary of State at the Department for Transport. And the Welsh Government was represented by Chris Warner, Deputy Director of Transport Strategy and Policy, deputising for Cabinet Secretary for Transport, and North Wales, Ken Skates, MS. During the meeting, Ministers considered a paper prepared by the work sector on the review of activity 2021 to 2024, detailing the extensive work undertaken under that work plan. The Council proceeded to discuss developments in transport from 2024 onwards. I noted that the Executive has taken a targeted approach to emissions reductions, and that the introduction of a zero-emissions vehicle mandate and the vehicle emissions trading schemes have been key policy and climate change interventions. Confidence in the electric vehicle market continues to grow here. There has been a 75% increase in the availability of public EV charging infrastructure in the past 2 years, and the number of EVs on our roads have more than doubled over that period. This shift to the use of electric vehicles is pivotal as we move towards our goal of net zero by 2050. In addition, I highlighted the road network improvements I have recently announced, specifically key bypass projects which aim to lower emissions and reduce congestion, particularly in our small town centres. I reflected on our partnership with the Irish Government in developing the AF5 to improve connectivity and, importantly, to save lives, and highlighted the All-Island Rail Review as a further example of positive collaboration between the two administrations. Ministers from across administrations shared their experiences, achievements and challenges in the transport sector. Priorities identified included the importance of active travel solutions, connecting communities' freight decarbonisation and removing barriers to travel for the most vulnerable. Council members reiterated their view that working collaboratively in the transport sector will be key to achieving wider ambitions around economic growth and the delivery of clean energy, as well as improving public health. Ministers noted and agreed to the content of a forward work plan for 2025 to 2028 for the transport work sector, which will inform each administration's policy in addressing decarbonisation of the sector. The forward work programme identified 4 areas of focus for the work sector over the next 3 years, including the role of modal shift, active travel and public transport, the importance of HGV and linkages across these islands, the decarbonisation of ports and sustainable transport in rural areas. The transport sector is one of the largest contributors to carbon emissions. Member administrations are fully committed to reducing these emissions and agree that a collective approach to decarbonisation will be required to meet net zero climate commitments across these islands. As an Assembly, we have committed to taking action to tackle the climate crisis and to reduce emissions across all sectors, including transport. I believe that in this context, the British Irish Council continues to offer an essential framework for sharing challenges and best practice across the administrations. In closing, Las Concordia, I want to place on record my thanks to my ministerial colleagues across the BIC members' administrations who participated so productively in the ministerial meeting, and to Junior Minister Cameron, who accompanied me. My officials and I look forward to working with the ministers from the other administrations and their officials in all of the agreed areas of cooperation in the transport sector. The development of an implementation programme for the forward work plan to include the timing and location of each activity agreed will be decided in the coming months. And finally, that concludes my statement, and I'm happy to take questions from members.
Thank you, Minister. I call Mark Durkin.
Thank
you, Minister, for that statement.
Focus over the next 3 years is modal shift, active travel and public transport. Other jurisdictions are increasing investment in public transport, recognising the environmental and economic value of doing so. Will the Minister and the Executive be doing the same?
Minister.
Well, as the member will be aware, officials are currently working on the new suite of transport plans, which will be looking at transport policy and investment decisions right up until 2035. So it's my aim to ensure that the transport network meets the needs of people and businesses both now and into the future. As I've mentioned in the House before, there are 8 plans in total, 7 local transport plans and 1 strategic transport plan. And the strategic plan covers strategic road and rail network right across the region, whilst the 7 local transport plans are being developed in a more integrated manner with the Council's local development plan process. These plans that are in development will set out the potential interventions that I propose bringing forward to address many of my priorities in the transport strategy, and the local transport plans are being developed in an integrated manner, as I've said, and are therefore depend on Council's own timetables in relation to their local development plans. The largest and one of the most advanced transport plans is the Eastern Transport Plan, and this plan covers Belfast and the 4 surrounding council areas. Today's site visit, the site visit that we had as part of the BIC sessions, provided some insight into the transport challenges that Belfast faces and outlined some of the draft proposals from the Belfast City Transport Plan section of the ETP. So it's an example of the work that is incorporated into all of those transport plans. Officials are actively working, as I've said, with all councils and stakeholders using a vision and validate approach, which will consider the wider societal changes that we face and generate a future vision for the plan area, and then identify transport measures that will help us achieve the overall vision. And it's my intention to prepare and have ready draft plans for the Fermanagh Omagh North West Transport Plans, the Belfast City Centre Transport Plan and Metropolitan Transport Plan for public consultation. And that will look at the further investment that's required in relation to all of the transport as part of those strategies.
Call Deborah Erskine.
Sir, for your statement today. In noting the statement, you highlighted joint collaboration as part of the All Islands Strategic Rail Review, and I further noted the sustainability of public transport in rural areas. My council area, Fermanagh and Omagh District Council, is one of the highest in terms of car ownership and then usage, yet Fermanagh is not included in the All Islands Strategic Rail Review. This is a huge omission, yet we're talking about trying to reduce emissions. Can you provide an update to the House on the progress of feasibility studies arising from the review, including anticipated dates for the commencement or completion, and in particular, despite the fact that Fermanagh will be reviewed in that 10 years' time, what is being done by your department to look at feasibility in the meantime?
So, as the member will be aware, we are hoping to see the outcome of the feasibility study in the coming weeks. So, it was initially planned for spring, but we've now been told it will be summer, so that should be fairly soon, and I look forward to seeing the outcome of that. In relation to the specifics around Fermanagh, and I too note that it has been a serious gap in relation to the All Island Strategic Rail Review. We are looking at, as part of those transport plans, how we can ensure that transport is focused on those areas, and you will be aware of my recent announcement around funding community transport, I think, which is a key element of providing proper public transport for people in those more rural areas in particular. So we are looking at a number of things, and those will be incorporated both in the bigger transport strategy, but also in those local transport plans that that officials are working in conjunction with councils on.
Cahill Boylan.
Welcome the member statement.
Just to see, Minister, in your statement here you mentioned EV charging infrastructure. So in that context, could I ask you if there's any plans for cross-pavement solutions so people can charge electric vehicles at home, a key part of the just transition?
Yeah, so this is an issue that we have been looking at and trying to find solutions to. I know it's becoming more of an issue, as I've noted in the statement. More and more people are purchasing EVs, so it is something that needs to be addressed to ensure that everybody has equitable access. I suppose in conjunction with that, there are now 672 publicly accessible commercial EV charge points here, which are operated by over 20 charge point operators, and provision has grown by 73%. So we have some work to do in terms of making sure those in areas that don't have immediate access to those types of charge points, and we are continuing to work on that to try and find a balance to ensure that everyone can find a solution in the meantime.
Thank you. I call Peter McReynolds.
I thank the member for her statement, and building off what we've just heard in relation to EV infrastructure. You've mentioned that 75% increase. I'm just wondering how that compares against other islands here, but also what ideas were discussed about how we could improve EV infrastructure in Northern Ireland based upon their best experience and their experience as a whole.
Yeah, so in terms of the comparisons, I don't have the actual figures in front of me, Peter, but we can get that. I think that there's lots of things, and some of that is around a culture shift and trying to encourage people to have the confidence in purchasing EVs, but also recognising the cost. And these are the parts of the discussion that we've been having across the various administrations, and how we can ensure that everyone will can find it affordable and accessible to if they're hoping to move to make that transition from petrol or diesel cars to EVs. So we are working on that across departments to see what's good practice elsewhere that is encouraging uptake in other areas, and how we can further utilise that as well. We also have been looking at modability and the importance of modability to EV growth here as well. It can't be overstated in respect of both the new and the second-hand car market. The scheme is now delivering new low and zero emission vehicles as well. So we think that also is helping to show other people that these are working and give people confidence in purchasing those vehicles. And I suppose as the numbers of purchases go up, we're now moving into a second-hand market, which means it's more accessible for lots of people. The infrastructure piece, I think, is key to a lot of this as well, because that is an issue for many people. If they can't get access to charging infrastructure, then that in itself is going to be a barrier. So, as I've said, there are over almost 700 publicly accessible charging points at present, and it's building on that and ensuring that it's making it easy for people to access charging points, whether it's at their own home or, you know, as part of their journeys, where no matter where they go. And we're working that, I suppose, on an all-island basis as well, knowing that people frequently commute and travel across our island, but also looking at what's happening across the water and how the benefits that could be then transferred over to here.
Thank you. I call Diana Armstrong.
For your statement this morning. Another area of focus in forward planning is the importance of HGV and linkages across these islands. You'll be aware there was a commitment within the Union Connectivity Report to improving linkages between Northern Ireland and Scotland, most notably freight corridors taking Northern Ireland goods via the A75 and A77 roads that serve the port of Cairnryan. What engagement have you had with your UK and Scottish counterparts on this matter?
So this is an issue that had been discussed between myself and the Scottish Minister, Fiona Hayslop. So it is an ongoing piece of work. I'm recognising the importance of those roads in ensuring the streamlining of the transport and the importance of our freight industry, both from an Irish perspective but also from across the water. So that work is ongoing, and I recognise some of the challenges that maybe are faced in Britain and particularly from the Scottish perspective, and there's ongoing discussions in relation to that.
Thank you. I call Stephen Dunn.
Deputy Speaker, thank the Minister for the statement. Minister, you mentioned about removing barriers to travel for the most vulnerable. Hopefully you will be aware that the current journey for passengers seeking to use the train to reach the George Best Belfast City Airport can be challenging for those particularly with accessibility needs. Can you provide any update or timescale around when decisions will be made on improvements to rail accessibility at the airport through the City Airport Rail Connectivity Feasibility Project?
So, like the other feasibility studies, we are waiting the outcome of that, so I hope to be able to provide further information on that very soon. We recently visited Belfast City Airport, and it was something that was discussed as part of that engagement, so I am keen to see the outcome of that and see what we can do in the time ahead.
Thank you. I call Andrew McMurray.
Principal Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the Minister. Minister, you mentioned that the forward work plan for transport sector that was agreed at the meeting addressed sustainable transport in rural areas as one area of focus. What ideas and inspiration did you take away from that meeting in relation to this area?
Well, as we have quite a significant rural area as part, right across the north, it's something that not just from those meetings, but that I am very keen to address, and as I mentioned earlier on, particularly around community transport, as a very important part of that work, and how we can ensure that the community transport sector receive the funding that they need to deliver the services that they provide. Those services are absolutely crucial to the people who use them, but also it's about ensuring that other people can now have access to them as well. So that's an ongoing piece of work, and we've recently had the community transport review. But we've talked about the transport strategy and the transport plans, and that I think as well is integral in ensuring that rural communities have that connectivity and the same access and that equitable access to public transport as well. So that, I think, the individual plans, but the wider strategy itself will be looking at and is looking at that in conjunction with Council to see how we can address those issues and looking at them best practice elsewhere. I suppose particularly looking towards our Irish counterparts in Dublin and what they are maybe doing as well, given the rural populations that we all serve. So there's lots of things I think we're looking at in conjunction, but I think we already have a good handling of what the issues are here and what we can be doing to try and address that.
Thank you. I call Steve Econ.
I thank the Minister for her remarks so far. Minister, when you were having discussions about decarbonisation of ports, was there any discussion about the Irish Sea and particularly making the Irish Sea a zero emission zone, which I understand, particularly in Europe, we've been seeing in sort of the Mediterranean and the Baltic, and I understand there are ambitions in Dublin to do the same?
So I suppose we're looking at this in all of those aspects. So I've mentioned HGVs and the ports, and as I said, it is an ongoing piece of work on how we can make that simplified for those affected. you know, I think some of the sectors are actually probably ahead of us in a lot of this stuff. So it's trying to do it in a managed transition that is not putting on unnecessary burden on the sectors involved. So that is something that will require that kind of cross-working across with ourselves here and then our counterparts, whether it's mainly in Scotland, probably in Wales, but looking at how we can bring ourselves to meet those targets as we're required to do in the Climate Change Act. So I think we're probably at the earlier stages of that, Steve, but it is something that we have already set out on our agenda and what we'll be keen to be working on very closely in time ahead.
Thank you. I call Timothy Casson.
Principal Deputy Speaker, the statement states, as an Assembly we have committed to taking action to tackle the climate crisis and reduce emissions across all sectors, including transport. Minister, do you recognise that there will be many who regard that statement as hypocritical when Stormont departments have run up a bill of nearly £500,000 in foreign travel since the return of devolution, including Minister Moira and his officials who spent £11,134 for a trip to New York Climate Week?
Minister, that question is not related to the statement, so I'm going to move on. Philip Brett.
Speaker, Minister, thank you for the statement. There is no mention of the union connectivity review in this statement and the £5 million that was provided to Northern Ireland as a result of that. Could I ask, Minister, why that wasn't discussed at this meeting and if you have any update on the spend of that £5 million?
Well, it has something that was discussed as part of the bilaterals that we had with Simon Lightwood in relation to how we can further enhance the work that's already happening. So we have been engaging directly with the Minister and that department in the British Government to see how we can further enhance what work we're doing, but what other opportunities there are to utilise that Union Connectivity Fund. We've seen some of the really good work that it has been able to fund the feasibility studies that we're currently awaiting on, and what else we can be doing that. So that's an ongoing piece. It may not have been specifically discussed as part of the plenary session, but those discussions are happening between ministers on a regular basis.
Thank you, Minister. That concludes questions on the statement. Yes, point of order, Mark.
Members are often reminded that our questions following Minister statements should be relevant to the statement itself. Is it not in order, therefore, that Ministers' responses should bear at least a wee bit of relevance to members' questions?
Well, you should know, as a former minister, and you often done it from memory, you answered whatever way you wanted to, and that is something that ministers do. However, I do take your point. The responses should be as close to what is in the statement. That's the preferable position. In relation to Mr Gostin, I've reminded Mr Gostin and others before that it is in standing orders that members need to ask questions in relation to the statement. I would also ask that applies to ministers when responding, but you know the crack, Mark, because you've done it plenty yourself. Okay, before I move on to the next item, which is the supply resolution, I want to remind members that in their commentary it needs to be related to the supply order. Members, order. I want to remind members that their contributions need to be in relation to the topic at hand. If it's not, I will remind members that they need to get back to the substance of the debate. So the next item of business is a motion on a supply resolution for the Northern Ireland main estimates 2025-2026. Clerk, could you please read the motion?
That the motion relating to the supply resolution for the Northern Ireland main estimates 2025-26 as detailed on the order paper be agreed.
Thank you. I call on the Minister for Finance to move the motion.
Moved.
Thank you, Minister. So the Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 4 hours and 30 minutes for this debate. The Minister will have up to 60 minutes to allocate at his discretion between proposing and winding. A member of the opposition will be called first and will have 10 minutes to speak. A representative of the Finance Committee, if different from the opposition representative, will be called second and will also have 10 minutes to speak, and all other speakers will have 7 minutes. So I call on the Minister for Finance to open the debate on the motion. Minister.
As you have set out, this debate covers the supply resolution for the main estimates 25-26, which relates to the supply of cash and use of resources for the current year 25-26. This seeks the Assembly approval for the 25-26 spending plans of departments and other public bodies as set out in the main estimates which were laid in the Assembly on the 21st of May 2025. These main estimates are based on the departmental spending plans set out in the Executive's Budget 25-26, which I announced on the 3rd of April 2025. The Budget 25-26 was subsequently agreed by the Assembly on the 19th of May 2025, following an extensive debate. I will not repeat the same details in today's speech. The main estimates position is set out in the detailed document, and the Budget No. 2 bill reflects the same position. Should the bill proceed as planned, it is anticipated that it will receive royal assent in mid-late July. In the meantime, the 45% vote on account, which was agreed by members in February this year, provides the Department with the authority to utilise resources and access the cash necessary to deliver services. The main estimates for the 25-26 year highlight areas of expenditure or income relying on the sole authority of the budget. This is where the authority of the statutory powers has not yet been obtained through legislation. Managing public monies provides for this as an interim measure, enabling expenditure until such powers are in place. I am pleased that a number of functions that previously required the sole use of the authority of the Budget Act have now been resolved. The Financial Provisions Bill, which is due shortly, will further reduce the reliance on the sole authority. My officials will continue to monitor the position. Executive colleagues are currently considering their department's budget allocations, and any adjustment will be submitted to my officials as part of the June monitoring round, which is due to close on the 5th of June. This will be considered by executive colleagues, and I will provide an update to Assembly members in due course. Due to time constraints and the need for the bill to continue to complete its journey before the end of July, it is not possible to include June monitoring adjustments in the main estimates. Any changes to departmental budgets due to the outcome of the June monitoring and any further monitoring rounds that take place in 25-26 will be reflected in the spring supplementary estimates. I am looking forward to putting the spending plans for 25-26 year on a legal footing and request the support of members for the resolution for the main estimates 25-26. This, together with the Budget Bill No. 2, which I will introduce today and debate at a later stage, will ensure that services continue to be funded for the remainder of this financial year. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. I call Matthew O'Toole, Opposition and Finance Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. And I will say something about the continued anomaly of the allotted time at the end of my remarks. But first I will speak as Chair of the Finance Committee, and then I will turn to my remarks as Leader of the Opposition. The Committee received a briefing from officials on the main estimates in the Budget No. 2 bill at our meeting on the 20th of May, and I'd like to thank officials for making themselves available, and they were published on the 22nd of May, so that is important in terms of transparency, in terms of the period that they have been available. And I'm sure all members have read this full main estimates document cover to cover. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, members will be aware the Financial Reporting Act NI 2022 delivered a number of changes to how financial information is presented. Members will also be aware that the 24-25 financial year saw considerable Barnett consequentials arising from the restoration package and other allocations, and they will not be replicated for 25-26. The draft budget for 25-26 was agreed by the Executive on the 19th of December 2024, subject to a 12-week consultation period, which ended on the 13th of March. The 25-26 budget was agreed by the Executive on the 3rd of April. Today's supply resolution allows members to consider the allocations involved in individual budgets. The Budget No. 2 bill introduced today will give legal authority to the budget that we are discussing under this resolution. The estimates should be aligned to the latest budget agreed by the Executive as per 3rd of April. A total of 18 Northern Ireland main estimates are presented for 25-26, with one for each department and separate estimates produced for other relevant public bodies and specific public service pension schemes. Each estimate is produced in a standard format. The consolidated boundary is defined as the inclusion of all bodies classified as central government. With Treasury allocations and funds available for June monitoring, the executive budget for 25-26 stands at just shy of 17 billion in resource DEL and just under 2.5 billion capital DEL, with 58.7 of FTC. For the first time, FTC bids exceed what is available. Across capital and resource DEL, 440 million has been earmarked for PHE priorities, including 357 million for budget 25-26 outcome, 83.4 million for indicative June monitoring allocations. Resource DEL allocations include 215 million to cut waiting times. Capital DEL allocations include the allocation of 21.3 million of the 47 million available for transformation from the Executive's restoration package. Treasury and Executive earmarked resource DEL allocations amount to 1,245 billion, with capital DEL at 839 million. Table 2 of the estimates document sets out the composition of the departmental expenditure limit, or DEL, for each of the departments and bodies, with Table 3 highlighting resource DEL and Table 4 showing capital DEL. Turning to Table 5, use of the sole authority of the Budget Act allows the Assembly to approve expenditure and for it to be legislated from the Budget Bill. This has fallen to 13.4 million from over 28 million last year. We look forward to hearing from the Minister about the Fiscal Council and the Financial Provisions Bill and when they're going to be introduced, which will specifically cover this issue. With respect to the Department of Finance, its budget represents one of the smaller executive allocations. This reflects its position as an administrative spending department, providing shared services across the executive. As such, the significant majority of its budget is used for administrative rather than programme purposes. Non-ring-fenced resource DEL for 25-26 amounts to 240.1 million, with capital DEL of 32.5 million. The Committee is engaging with the Department on its significant capital pressures and will continue to do so. With regard to the Department's non-ring-fenced resource DEL, the Committee has specific plans to scrutinise each of the key budget areas, with a particular focus on procurement, NICS shared services and land and property services. These are the main areas for the Department's capital spend. With regards to the Department's contingent liabilities outlined in the main estimates, the Committee has taken a specific interest in these and has liaised closely with the Department on them and will continue to do so. The Committee also notes the superannuation and other allowances contained in the Department's second request for resources. The main estimates highlight for each department and body their planned expenditure for 25-26 and provisional outturn for 24-25. The Committee also looks forward to the publication of 5-year business plans for each department. We know the comprehensive spending review announcement next week will provide indicative resource budgets for the next 3 years, with capital budgets for the next 4 years. This should allow this budget, the 25-26 budget, to be the Executive's last single-year budget for the foreseeable future. Members will see significant benefits from multi-annual budgets, including better ability to plan and greater scrutiny of funding for grant recipients. So, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, while the Committee is aware of the main estimate supply resolution, we're aware that this is a largely technical exercise. The Committee has applied the appropriate degree of scrutiny. On the basis of members' agreement at our meeting on the 20th of May to accelerated passage for the Budget No. 2 Bill, the Committee for Finance supports today's supply resolution motions. And I will say a few remarks now as Leader of the Opposition. Given I am constrained because of the 2 roles I hold and Assembly Standing Orders provide that I cannot have additional time to do the jobs that the Assembly has given me, Leader of the Opposition and Chair of the Finance Committee, I will limit myself to pointing out one very important anomaly and something that has arisen already in relation to the Programme for Government and this document, the 25-26 budget. And not just those documents, but the statement made in this chamber yesterday by the Communities Minister. Just a few weeks ago, the Assembly passed the 25-26 budget, and not long before that, the Assembly passed the 3-year Programme for Government. The Programme for Government said, and the promise for the Programme for Government was that there would be just under 6,000, I think I'm right in saying, new social housing starts before the end of the mandate that we are now in. Well, already, just weeks into the passing of the Programme for Government and the 25-26 budget, the Executive is already falling catastrophically short of the targets that it has set itself, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. It is, frankly, a shambolic situation when the Housing Minister comes into the Assembly to say that his budget will only facilitate the start of just under 1,000, between 900 and 1,000 new build social homes. That is way under the trajectory that the Executive needs to complete its target for social housing starts by the end of this mandate. We talk in this chamber often about the housing crisis that we face. Indeed, the Minister's party talks often about the housing crisis south of the border. They are robust and consistent in challenging the Irish Government on failure to deliver housing, and they're right to do so. They are also robust at calling out the failure to properly invest in infrastructure and the infrastructure needed to facilitate that housing, whether it's wastewater or energy infrastructure. They do that all the while the budget brought before this Assembly by the Finance Minister and the programme for government that his colleagues have signed off goes nowhere near to delivering on the housing crisis. We know that because that is literally what the Housing Minister, the Communities Minister, told us on the floor of this Assembly yesterday. So all of the PR stunts, all of the photo opportunities, all of the warm words which have been offered by the Minister and his colleagues are to nothing when it is clear that the Executive is already, by a long way, missing one key target for social housing. It's all guff whenever you stand up and make promises and pledges, and then instantly, within weeks, a minister in the Executive comes into the chamber and says, well, I don't have enough budget, so we are already, just weeks after announcing the housing, weeks after announcing these targets in a programme for government, and then a budget where we're already failing at coming anywhere close to it. If we build 1,000 new social homes this year, and that's a significant if, then we have, less than 2 years to deliver another 5,000, basically. That's shambolic. That's way behind target. And it's important that we call it out. I've chosen one specific example. Rather than getting into the whole range of targets where there are challenges and shortfalls, let's pick that one. But it's not alone. It's completely and inextricably linked to our failure to invest in our wastewater infrastructure. But what does this document, the 25-26 budget, do? As we established, if you look at the Department for Infrastructure's budget, it actually marginally increases investment in wastewater below the level of inflation. Below the level of inflation. It is absolutely pathetic. And frankly, it's gaslighting people to talk about grand plans and to call out the government in Dublin for its failure to deliver on housing, on water, on investment in infrastructure, and then, when you have the power in your hands, to simply gaslight people and to fail to deliver. But that's what we have from the Executive and from the Minister. If I had more time, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, I would cover the other areas of the budget, but I don't. So I chose to focus in on that one specific area of failure. I look forward to hearing the Minister explain to me why missing your social housing target by literally thousands is good enough for the people of the North. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. I call Philip McGuigan, Chair of the Health Committee.
Good brief last Concollia, and I welcome the opportunity to make some very short remarks on behalf of the Health Committee on the supply resolution. They will be short. I have spoken on behalf of the committee in relation to the 25-26 budget, and will do so again in the budget debates next week. We are all aware of the pressure there is on our health system. We see the headlines every day. We hear the experiences of people in our constituencies struggling to access services and treatment, and we hear the evidence of our health and social care professionals who are trying to navigate a system that no longer seems to be working well. With an opening budget of £8.4 billion, the Minister of Health has outlined that an additional £600 million will be required to balance the books this year. We have been told at committee that if something isn't done by 2050, the health budget will take up 80% of the overall budget, so we do need to fix the system. The committee agrees that action needs to be taken to address the inequalities that we are seeing in the provision of services. We are moving closer to a two-tier health system where if you can afford to pay for treatment, you get it, but if not, then you go onto a long waiting list where you may have to live in pain present more often to your GP, present to emergency departments more often, and potentially suffer worse outcomes. So at present, it could be argued that our system is making some people more unwell, and that lots of our citizens cannot access services when they are most appropriate. So the committee therefore welcomes the executive priority in relation to waiting lists and the $215 million allocated in this financial year to address waiting lists. Not only will this impact on those waiting lists, but we should see efficiencies across the system in community, primary, secondary and social care settings. At last week's committee meeting, the Minister and new Interim Permanent Secretary talked about a system reset. So we have also heard the Minister's desire to shift left, and the committee welcomes this shift to the left. However, we cannot shift services left with no additional funding provided to those in the community and primary sector. So tough decisions need to be made by the Health Minister to better support our primary and community services to be able to provide the services that our communities need. And as a committee, we will work with the Minister to ensure better outcomes for patients, staff and communities. It's also the committee's intention to pay close attention to the departmental's capital budget spend over the next number of years. We have seen significant delays and overspend in relation to the new maternity hospital. We have seen and heard of the significant issues with the mental health inpatient unit, and while the committee will continue to monitor progress on these projects, the committee is keen to know what the department and the trust have learned, what lessons they have learned from these projects, and that these lessons will be implemented. Yep, go ahead.
To the Chair for giving way on this. He mentions the capital budget of the department, and of course we've seen huge waste and misuse of funding in the capital budget. Would he agree with me that the mother and baby unit could have been built by now had we not been wasting money in the Belfast Trust in relation to all the other building programmes, and that it is imperative that both the Executive and the Minister get behind the build of the mother and baby unit?
I thank the member for her intervention. The mother and baby unit is an essential part of healthcare for our citizens here in the North, and I certainly, as Chair of the Health Committee, want to see that built very, very soon. You will know, as I know, that our committee have on too many occasions discussed problems within the Belfast Trust and inefficiencies, and particularly problems with the capital investments in that trust area, and we certainly want to see that resolved and lessons learned from those events so that we can move forward and use all the money available to the Health Minister and our health services in the most efficient way to deliver better outcomes for our patients, including mothers and children here in the North. So we have been advised at committee that there is a $1.6 billion backlog of maintenance work on health estates, and we are keen also to understand the breakdown of that and the plan to address that backlog. So in conclusion, the committee will apply the necessary scrutiny on departmental spending this year and the bids the department will make, and I will make more commentary on that at next week's budget debate.
Thank you, Philip. Our next speaker is Diane Forsyth, Chair of the Audit Committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, and I speak today on behalf of the Audit Committee. The main role of the Audit Committee is to scrutinise and agree the budgets and estimates of the Northern Ireland Audit Office, the NIAO, and the Northern Ireland Public Services Ombudsman, NIPSO, and to lay the estimates before the Assembly. The committee also undertakes a budget scrutiny role for the Assembly Commission, although my contribution today will relate solely to the estimates for NIAO and NIPSO, given that the functions in respect of the Commission's estimates is yet to be codified. The committee plans to progress this matter during this mandate. The Audit Committee fulfils its estimates role in place of the Department of Finance in recognition of the independence of these non-ministerial bodies. The committee does, however, have regard to the advice of the Department of Finance and the Public Accounts Committee in respect of NIAO in carrying out this role. The Audit Committee's report on the estimates for both bodies for 25-26 was laid in the Business Office on the 14th of May 2025. The report was laid subject to the views of the Department of Finance in relation to both organisations and subject to the views of the Public Accounts Committee on the NIAO estimate. This was due to the extremely tight timescales set by the Department of Finance for the estimates to be considered and reported upon. The report was noted by PAC at its meeting on the 15th of May and it had no comment to make. The contents of the Audit Committee's report reflect the factual position on its scrutiny and deliberations relating to the evidence provided by both the NIAO and NIPSO on their estimates for 25-26. This consideration of the draft estimates and associated correspondence formed the basis of the committee report, which gave legal effect to the Audit Committee's statutory function of laying the estimates for the NIAO and NIPSO before the Assembly. Given the manifest connection between the figures in the estimates and draft budget reports, I would like to highlight some of the committee's deliberations concerning the budgets for both bodies. Firstly, the NIAO. During its scrutiny of the proposed draft budget, committee members questioned officials on how they justified additional funding over and above the previously agreed 2022 to 2025 budget. Members were alarmed to hear of the threat to the NIAO's public audit function and its vital scrutiny work. The committee considers that this scrutiny is integral to the public finances of Northern Ireland, and the committee also noted the Public Accounts Committee's recent observation that the NIAO's average spend was well below other public audit agencies within the United Kingdom. The committee continues to stand over its decision to fully support the work of the NIAO. In considering the estimate provided by the Audit Office, the committee noted that this broadly aligned with the budget of £11,153,000 agreed by the committee in November 2024. The estimate included only one minor variation of £55,000 relating to a recommendation from the Department of Finance that NIAO retain its ring-fenced DEL depreciation at the 24-25 level. Moving now to NIPSO. Despite having a relatively small budget, members of the committee were struck by the wide remit of NIPSO, as well as the growing numbers of complaints considered by the office since its inception in 2016. Members were particularly interested to hear about the recently introduced role of the office in relation to the Complaints Standards Authority. This, combined with investment in other preventative measures such as the Own Initiative programme, could lead to savings further down the line in terms of reducing the number of complaints finding their way to NIPSO in the first place. In considering the estimate provided by NIPSO, the committee noted that this broadly aligned with the budget of £5,150,000 agreed by the committee in November 2024. The estimate included only one minor variation of £37,000, which again related to the ring-fenced DEL depreciation being retained at the 24-25 level. The committee has noted that any changes to budget allocations for the NIAO or NIPSO during the 25-26 financial year will be handled through future supplementary processes, and the committee will examine these with diligence required at the appropriate time. And speaking briefly, as a DUP MLA, I welcome the presentation of the 25-26 estimates today as they flow under the priorities of the programme for government. And differing to the Leader of the Opposition, I welcome the Communities Minister's announcement as how he'll progress his budget under tight budget constraints and using realistic plans as to what he can do within the budget that he has been allocated whilst moving forward under the agreed priorities. It will be a difficult year. It will be difficult for the Executive to manage it, but we need to remember that we need to join together and remain committed to the programme for government and its key objectives. Thank you.
I think the member agree with me that not only is the budget important with regards to the initial budget, but also the monitoring rounds throughout the year, which is very vital in distributing funds, and the Department of Health benefited from that greatly last year.
Members, next a minute.
Yeah. I thank the member for his intervention, and yes, the monitoring rounds are incredibly important, and the Finance Minister has indicated in advance some of the plans for the June monitoring round, but with some of the movements at the end of the previous financial year transferring extra money across to 25-26, we'll look to see where those allocations go, but it's a critical time that we'll make sure we maximise every potential funding available across all of our departments. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane. I call Nick Matheson, Chair of the Education Committee.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. I'll speak to the supply resolution for the main estimates today as the Chair of the Education Committee in the first instance. As has been outlined already, some of this is largely a technical exercise, but I think it does still bear comment in terms of how the departments are setting out their plans to spend the budget allocated to them. The main estimates indicate that the Department of Education will receive a budget of approximately $3.2 billion in non-ring-fenced resource funding and $388 million in capital funding, alongside the extra $55 million, which is very welcome investment in early learning and childcare. The main estimates for all departments highlight an extremely challenging financial situation, and the Education Committee has heard briefings from departmental officials about the constraints that they are now facing within the financial pressures with this budget. And the department outlines pressures in the region of $310 million in the resource area and $83 million in capital. And it seems to be, from the estimates as set out, that it will be the Education Authority who will largely have to bear the brunt of that in the educational area, looking at savings of around $300 million based on their provisional allocation. The main estimates illustrate just how constrained funding for the Education Authority is likely to be, and I think I speak for all my colleagues on the committee in expressing concern at the level of funding the Education Authority is operating with, particularly when we consider that is the department or the arm's length body within education that has the most direct impact on children and young people. The committee has received a capital briefing from the department as well earlier in the year, alongside a resource briefing in May, and both these briefings highlighted grave concerns about the need for significant additional investment to ensure that simply the basics of delivering an education system can be delivered. I want to speak specifically to the area of special educational needs, and the estimates set out an allocation of over $641 million for that area of the department's spend, and that is undoubtedly one of the biggest pressures that is facing the education system at the moment. I think the committee is agreed that really in recent years the current system has failed and is failing our most vulnerable children and young people at a time when the early intervention is critical. It has not been delivered and has not been made available when it has been needed. Now, the 5-year SEND reform agenda delivery plan that the Minister announced is a very positive step in the right direction, but it's unclear from the main estimates that are set out here for education exactly how that $641 million is going to be invested in SEN. So the committee would be anticipating a much more detailed breakdown in this budget, because it's not clear what's going into statutory services, what's going into support services for pupils, and what's going into the vital work of transformation. The $641 million, as far as I can tell, will probably be required just to deliver statutory services. Transformation is urgently required in this area, so we really do need to see how this is going to be resourced, and I don't think that we can overstate the level of pressure in that area. Clearly the estimates are very high level, so it does make it difficult to truly understand exactly how investment will be prioritised over the year, and we are conscious, as has been referenced already, that June monitoring rounds may present an improved picture, but the mood music in terms of Westminster and what is likely to flow, it does not appear to be particularly good, so I think we are facing what is going to be a very difficult year in terms of managing the education budget. I'll now make some brief remarks as one of the Alliance Party's education spokespeople. Clearly, all departments are facing a challenging position, but not least in education. And as I've mentioned already, it doesn't look like there's going to be huge amounts of funding flowing to stabilise that picture. So shortfalls are sitting in education within the hundreds of millions, and we really are not clear where those savings can be found, particularly for a body like the EA, which has to deliver their statutory functions before anything else can be considered, and it really is becoming increasingly difficult to see where the cutbacks can be made, and the feedback I'm receiving from EA officials are that they are really concerned services are at breaking point. So I would just want to emphasise that we really need to hear from the Education Minister a strategic vision of how he is going to transform the system, and that is a long-term project, but we need to start hearing what the direction of travel is to reduce waste in the system, to tackle the cost of division, and to look seriously at the sustainability of the school estate. I don't see any particular evidence in these estimates for education in terms of how that could be delivered. We are looking really at just delivering business as usual as far as I can tell. I would like to see investment coming forward in areas that deliver some of that strategic change that is needed, but perhaps more can be spoken on those issues when we speak to the budget issues next week. I would just add one final point, that we look to the investment that is coming forward from all departments, but I would emphasise that while these institutions remain unreformed, our finances will always remain on an unstable footing, because while the vetoes remain in this Assembly, the financial stability of the institutions remain similarly at risk. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. I call Robbie Butler, Chair of the EAR Committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. I welcome the opportunity to speak on behalf of the EAR Committee on the supply resolution for the main estimates 25-26 as relevant to DAERA. Looking at the overall picture, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, for 25-26 compared to the previous year, DAERA has 630.7 million resource DEL, which is a 21.7 million increase from this point in 24-25. The total net capital budget is 119.5 million for 25-26 compared to around 97.5 for 24-25. However, as with last year, these allocations do not cover what is needed and what was bid for by DAERA. For example, in terms of capital DEL, the allocation is 119.5 million, which is 7.1 million less than DAERA's 126.6 million inescapable and high priority bids. And so we support the Minister and agreed to make an opening overcommitment of 15 million on the capital allocation, which was unfortunate. The committee recognises that the final budget remains an extremely difficult outcome for DAERA, and on the 5th of June the committee will be discussing with officials the bids for June monitoring to determine the extent of our pressures, which I'll return to later in my own remarks. The committee has held a number of meetings with the Minister and DAERA officials on the budgetary pressures of 24-25 and those of 25-26. I highlighted a range of these across DAERA's remit in this chamber on the 19th of May, which I'll not return to. The committee remains concerned at the disparity between the resource DEL bids and the allocations for specific statutory functions and projects, ranging from as little as 1/6 to around 1/2 of what was bid for. I'm now going to focus on some of the subheading detail under the total net budget. Food and farming allocations are lower at this stage, with around 439 million net resources compared to provisions of around 450 million for last year. For capital, there is an increase to around 79 million, compared to provisions of almost 62 million for last year. For veterinary and animal health, we are seeing a consistent downward trajectory, with net resources at around 81 million for 25-26 compared to provisions of around 113 million in 24-25, which was already 20 million lower than 23-24. The committee has heard of the increase in bovine tuberculosis and the difficulties in vet recruitment and the need to monitor other animal health diseases such as avian flu, sheep scab, and to improve animal welfare generally. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, the budget will not support the Minister in that regard, particularly in terms of the payment of the bovine tuberculosis statutory compensation. He will again be relying on monitoring rounds to fund this and other statutory duties. The resource allocation for rural affairs is around 16 million, slightly up on last year's provisions of 15 million for 24-25, and capital is much lower at around 1.2 million compared to provisions of over 7 million for the year 24-25. The impact of loss of EU funding in this area is still being felt, and the overall lack of funding and lack of multi-year budgets has been flagged to the committee by rural groups on a number of occasions as hugely problematic for services that they deliver. It's of huge concern to see the resource budget for environment, marine and fisheries with a net resource of around 32 million compared to previous provisions of around 66 million for 24-25, and that figure again was 8 million lower than the year before. The capital budget is slightly up at around 10 million compared to around 8.5 million in the previous year. The committee has heard of the need to redevelop the aquaculture sector back to where it was over a decade ago, and the difficulties that the fishing industry is facing on a number of fronts, and again this will not be helped by this budget. The committee are pleased to see an increase in the net resources for the NI Environment Agency from provisions of around 34 million in 24-25 to around 44.5 for 25-26. The committee has been calling for additional resource in the area of NIEA to improve planning application times, efficiency and investigations. NIEA will be aware of many members' emails in that area. So what does this all mean in practice? It doesn't matter what the allocation is if it doesn't meet the need. We know that this is an extremely difficult outcome for the department, and we will be hearing from officials on Thursday regarding the June monitoring bids in terms of resource and capital bids. And as I stated at the final budget debate, the committee was pleased to hear that there is an agreed indicative executive earmark resource DEL allocation to DAERA at the June monitoring of around 1.4 million for employers' national insurance contributions and 5 million for Lough Neagh, which aligns with the protecting Lough Neagh and the environment priority in the programme for government. It does remain of concern to the committee to hear that the Minister is relying on June monitoring and then the subsequent rounds to meet statutory and contractual elements, however. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, it is an understatement to say that there are financial challenging times ahead. However, now with the programme for government, there is an overarching framework to support and scrutinise the Minister's spending decisions. I'm going to just finish with the committee's comments there and just add a few of my own, if that's okay.
I hear what the member has said right along, and he's representing the committee, but does the committee realise also that probably no minister will be able to get the money that they need to meet their needs as they see it, but every department should look for efficiencies? Is the committee looking and putting pressure on the Department of Agriculture to apply efficiencies throughout?
Robbie, you have an extra minute.
Yeah, thank you very much. I appreciate that, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. I can confirm to the member, yes, the committee is interested in efficiencies, as all committees should be, and we have a series of questions with regard to the different departmental functions, staffing, recruitment, vacancies that either need to be there or don't need to be there, and we should be in a constant state of review and improvement. I do believe right across the civil service in each department. From my perspective and my party's perspective, I'd like to raise a concern we have about the over-reliance on in-year monitoring rounds as a method of budget management. However, the member from Northampton is right to suggest that every department comes in slightly under budget, but some departments are affected to a greater extent than others, and Deira being one of those. But that's also coupled to a failure to have government here for 11 years out of the last 25, which has meant we have never built up a head of steam, nor the political legacy to provide absolute confidence to our beleaguered constituents. For our farming and agri-food sector, these concerns create a potent and deep instability at a time of immense pressure. The sector faces a toxic mixed spiralling cost of bovine tuberculosis, and the estimated cost of that around £60 million for this year alone, delays to a moribund planning system and uncertainty around the Nutrients Action Programme proposals. Add to that the ongoing confusion over inheritance tax reform for family farms and the looming threat of tariffs, and you have an arena marked by real financial anxiety. Environmental and climate goals are rightly ambitious, and I've touched on some of those in the committee speeches, but current shortfalls in funding risk turning ambition into broken promises. Our farmers are being asked to do more with less, particularly in the wake of damaging cuts to rural support that followed Brexit. This is not just a numbers issue, it's about livelihoods, heritage and food security. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, we need certainty, not scraps from the monitoring table. Competing demands across our services and sectors demand more than ad hoc solutions. We need a realistic UK comprehensive spending review, mature conversations on revenue raising and a shared commitment to building back pride in Northern Ireland plc that delivers the stability, and I mean political stability, and the ambition that our people deserve. Thank you.
Thank you, Robbie. I call Colm Gildernew, Chair of the Committee for Communities.
As Chairperson of the Committee for Communities, I wish to indicate our support for the supply resolution for the main estimates 2025-26. These estimates, as members are well aware, detail the spending plans of departments and other public bodies and form the basis for the authorisation of sufficient funding and resources for services as detailed in the corresponding Budget Act. The Department for Communities, with its extensive remit aimed at working together to improve communities through tackling poverty and disadvantage, supporting equality and diversity, and promoting employment, culture and heritage, accounts for a very significant portion of the overall budget, not least as it employs over 11,000 staff delivering vital public services often providing financial support to those most in need in our community. The main estimates laid before us detail a total net resource departmental expenditure limit for the department of £954.9 million and a total net capital DEL of £318.1 million. Its resource annually managed expenditure, primarily for social security and pension payments, is projected at over £10.4 billion. The rise of 7% is driven by forecasts of social security benefit spending this year. Departmental officials recently informed the committee that while some pressures have been addressed, it faces a non-ring-fenced resource DEL shortfall of £98.6 million or 12% against its identified requirements. This inevitably means that many vital services will operate within standstill budgets, which presents considerable challenges in the current economic climate. Drilling into some of the specific allocations within the Department for Communities budget, the committee notes the capital DEL increase is significantly driven by an additional $100 million allocated for social housing. This is intended to support approximately 900 to 1,000 new social housing starts, a welcome investment, although the committee remains keenly aware of the broader 2,000 home annual target and the ongoing and urgent housing issues here. In terms of resource spending, the committee acknowledges the earmarked funding of $16.9 million for benefit delivery staffing, with aims to recruit up to 400 additional staff. This is a positive development for maintaining essential services, although we note the Department's advice that this funding is not yet confirmed as recurrent. The committee will maintain a keen interest in any forthcoming review with regard to 1,000 ongoing vacancies, as referenced by the Minister in yesterday's statement, and the potential impact on frontline service delivery. The Department has also outlined modest uplifts to support its arm's-length bodies and the voluntary and community sector facing increased pay and national insurance costs, providing an additional $3.7 million and $2.8 million respectively. For culture, arts, heritage and sport, the main estimates detail resource DEL of approximately $105 million and capital DEL of $42.2 million. However, the Department's briefing to the committee on the 8th of May indicated that bids for further investment in these sectors could not be met from its initial allocation. These core responsibilities of the Department must be supported. At Ceann Comhairle, the Committee for Communities will continue its detailed scrutiny of the Department's spending decisions and the impact on service delivery. Although today's motion concentrates on providing necessary overarching financial authority, our committee remains focused on several key areas. We have consistently highlighted the need for clarity and adequate resourcing for the forthcoming anti-poverty strategy, a matter of significant public and committee interest, and we await the publication of the strategy and launch of the consultation in the near future. Furthermore, the committee has repeatedly sought detailed briefings on the Department's plans and funding for the protection and maintenance of our built heritage. This is a critical part of the Department's remit and worthy of scrutiny. We will also continue to maintain a close watch on the mechanisms in place to ensure that funding for vital arts and cultural organisations is distributed in a timely and effective manner to allow them to sustain their invaluable work. The committee acknowledges the challenging financial environment faced by all departments. There can be little doubt that the block grant significantly misses the mark, and we await the British Government's response to Professor Jerry Holtham's forthcoming review, which we expect to confirm that the North remains underfunded compared with relative need. We also look forward to the potential for greater long-term planning that may arise from the upcoming British Government's comprehensive spending review and the Executive's own move towards multi-year budgeting. This, alongside the development of departmental 5-year plans, should hopefully provide a more stable financial footing in the years ahead. However, we are at the same time acutely aware that the British Government is currently consulting around reform of the health and disability benefit system and employment support, and has signalled a partial U-turn on winter fuel payments, which may lead to new or different budgetary pressures in the future, and which are creating significant anxiety and concern out there in our community. The Committee for Communities will, of course, continue diligent scrutiny throughout this financial year, including through in-year monitoring rounds and of anticipated changes to the benefits landscape emanating from Westminster. Pre-last Ceann Comhairle, the Minister yesterday made a number of significant announcements in a range of areas, including housing, employment support, public realm, the arts and sport. The committee looks forward to working with the Minister to see these projects delivered and to scrutinising the detail once the Minister is in a position to update the committee.
Thank you, Colm. I call on Paul Free.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and I rise again. And people lament. I know that I lament when I have to talk on a budget bill, the debate again. It's just a constant cycle. But I want to address the issues I find in the Northern Ireland main estimates 2015-2016. And whilst there have been improvements made with linking the budget, the main estimates, with the programme for government and with regards to the legislative programme, you can still see massive gaps. You can still see where there's been improvements made, but we're nowhere near there yet. And because we're not there yet, it's actually causing violence to the programme for government and the budget. And I won't have time to go through everything that I've studied in this document. It's a substantial document. So I'm going to just pick on some issues. The Leader of the Opposition was right to mention the utterances from the Department of Communities Minister yesterday with regards to his budget allocation to start off with housing. Housing is massive. Housing is one of the issues in the programme for government that needs to be funded through the budget. But what I got from the Communities Minister yesterday was hope. Hope that he can manage what he has, hope that he can get more money through monitoring rounds, and hope that he can meet his target as he did last year. That's exactly what we need to see from ministers. We need to see ministers look at their budget, feel the restraints, see the restraints, but sense where they can make differences. That's why we have locally accountable ministers. None of us ever have enough money. That goes for our own households, that goes for daily living, it also goes for departments. So we need ministers to get knuckled down and actually work in their departments to drill down into efficiencies, and not only just efficiencies about savings. How can we do things better? How can we help our people better? And sometimes when we have laments here and sad stories and sob stories about not having enough money, it really gets me down. Because that's not what we want to hear from politicians. We want to see hope, we want to feel hope, and we want to sense hope. One of the issues I want to raise, Principal Deputy Speaker, is on the DAERA main estimates. The introduction states, the estimate provides the vision of the Department of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs for delivering a net zero nature positive future, supporting sustainable agriculture and thriving rural communities. It's very clear to see with this Alliance Minister that all he cares about is the net zero. And it doesn't matter how much he will destroy in our farming industry. It doesn't matter how much he will destroy in our rural communities to meet targets that are unachievable and have been unachievable since they have been set. And what does that do? That increases poverty. And so he will actually do violence if he pushes through with his NAP, his Nutrients Action Programme, which, by the way, our party oppose. As far as I know, through public utterances, Sinn Féin opposes. So there you have a majority in this House opposed to the direction that the DAERA Minister is going to impose, which he will need to fund through his budget. But yet the farcical situation is that this executive is not joined up, where there is a DAERA Minister who can impose that will against the wishes of the rest of the executive, but also this Assembly. I remember want to give way, yeah?
I thank the member for giving way. Before this Assembly was restored, members across parties were waxing lyrical about the environmental crisis at Lough Neagh. What does he propose the Minister should be doing? Stand over an environmental crisis unfolding before our eyes and do nothing?
The member has an extra minute.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. And yes, of course, the environment is really important. But why is he throwing the bath out with the baby out with the bathwater? Why has he not consulted with the farming community? Why will he not work with the farming community? Why is he burying his head in the sand with regards to NAP? NAP is a disaster. I've read it. It's an absolute disaster for the rural community, for our farming industry, for our exporters, for the people who produce our food. The current plans pose a serious threat to our farming sector and food production, risking livelihoods, putting more people in poverty, cutting livestock numbers, affecting food production and putting people in poverty, and threatening Northern Ireland's ability to produce food that we need. Not only do we need, but we need to export. That spells disaster. And yet we're going to preside, the Minister's going to preside over this disastrous policy, which does violence to the other PFG priorities, like grow a globally competitive and sustainable economy. So on the one hand, a department is driving forward with regards to one goal in the programme for government, but is going to do violence on other priorities in the programme for government. That's not sustainable. That's not effective government. That's not an efficient executive. And this Assembly will have to have its say on it. That's just one of the issues that I see which can become farcical because of this issue and because of the silo mentality between departments. It is good that there's been improvements made. It is good that the budget can sometimes align with the programme for government. But what we've discovered is it also does violence. Departments can do violence on other priorities within the programme for government. And again, Department of Health. The legislative programme suggests that the Minister is going to bring in a public health bill. It hasn't gone away, you know. It's still there. It's been consulted on. And that is going to cause massive damage to the people's public health. It maintains it's going to give dictatorial powers to one minister in this place to lock people down, to ban sports. What will that do? That does violence to cutting health waiting times. It does violence to ending violence against women and girls, because we knew during lockdown that that was increased. And it's going to do violence to better supply for children and young people. And there's more that I could go through with regards to the programme for government, that the public health bill will do damage. And we're still awaiting to see what the Minister of Health produces. But these are just some examples of how departments in their silos and ministers in their aims and objectives can do massive damage to this place we call Northern Ireland, and can do great damage to the executive moving forward, to the Assembly trying to help that and support that, and so it will do harm, not good, harm to our people, like the executive did in the pandemic, like the zombie Assembly did when it allowed it to happen. So we need to make sure, as MLAs in this place, that we scrutinise every single move that's made, not just by the Department of Finance, not just by the Finance Minister. He's produced a budget. Whether it's a good one or a bad one, every single member here will decide. But it really gets me down when ministers say, first of all, I don't have enough money to do what I need to do, but yet they will do violence in some of the aims and objectives that they're pursuing to other people's departments and other aims and objectives in the programme for government. That can't stand. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Paula Bradshaw, Chair of the TEO Committee.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. I rise on behalf of the Committee for the Executive Office. The main estimates indicate that the Department has been allocated a budget of approximately £243 million of resource DEL. £212 million of this is earmarked, so there is only a small amount of baseline funds available to the Department to react to emerging challenges. In addition, the Department will receive £16 million for capital projects to support areas such as good relations and the Department's arm's length bodies. In relation to the ALBs, the Committee is looking forward to visiting the Maze Longcash Development Corporation later this year to discuss the site in further detail and to look at how investment is being used to good effect. The Department has received an increase of £57 million in its budget allocations for resource DEL since last year's estimate. These increases are for a number of reasons. The Department has earmarked a further £50 million in respect of funding for the Historical Institutional Abuse Redress Scheme and Support Services, the Victims Payment Schemes and commitments under the Truth Recovery Programme. These costs could increase further once legislation is passed for the establishment of an inquiry and redress scheme for the mother and baby institutions. The Committee is eager to look into the details of when this bill establishing an inquiry proceeds to committee stage, and hopefully this will happen before summer recess. The Department has also seen a further increase in resource DEL of over £49 million since the 24-25 spring supplementary. This funding includes increased provision for communities in transition funding, the Windsor Framework Programme, refugee and asylum support and integration funding. It is important to get this extra money to the right people. Without these resources, groups on the ground cannot continue their work on peace and reconciliation and good relations or support people affected by the pressure of our society. The Committee looks forward to undertaking further scrutiny of the Department's finances in the coming weeks and months. Thank you.
Thank you, Paula. I call Gemma Dolan.
While this motion is largely technical in nature, it does provide us with another opportunity to discuss the budget and our overall financial position. I want to begin by recognising the ongoing efforts of the Finance Minister to prioritise the delivery of public services in challenging financial circumstances due to increasing costs and the British Government's continued policy of austerity. The launch of the cross-border health reimbursement scheme this week is a key example of the work being done at a local level to reduce the pressure on our health service and make a meaningful difference in people's daily lives. Together with additional funding for childcare, investing to support the strategy to end violence against women and girls and to protect the environment, the money being allocated to various departments and public services reflect the priorities in the programme for government. As we are aware, however, negative spending decisions by the British Government continue to have a detrimental impact on our ability to deliver the public services that our people deserve, as the Executive does not have the fiscal powers to mitigate for negative spending decisions made in Westminster. I know the Finance Minister has been meeting with Treasury again this week, and it is the continuation of the work that he, and indeed his predecessors in the role, have been doing to ensure we have a fair funding model. I'm also conscious that the Minister intends to move towards multi-year budgets following this year, and this has the potential to enable departments to make plans on a longer-term strategic basis. However, increasing the capacity and ability of our public services also requires a change in direction by the British Government, and I hope they will take the opportunity in their upcoming spending review to do just that.
Thank you, Gemma. I call Deborah Erskine, Chair of the Committee for Infrastructure.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. As I have indicated during previous debates, the committee has spent a considerable amount of time exploring the financial position of the department and the organisations it funds to assess the potential impacts this might have on real terms delivery over the course of this financial year. We know that many of the priorities under the programme for government are dependent upon us having a well-maintained and fit-for-purpose network of infrastructure that seeks to complement the aspirations that can be delivered through growth to our economy and to support the lives of those who call Northern Ireland home. It will come as no surprise that the funding of Northern Ireland Water has been a recurring issue, not only to the Committee for Infrastructure, but also other committees in this Assembly. As I have repeatedly stated, the committee recognises the funding constraints and the level of funding that the department provides. However, we also need to recognise that the department sets the policy, and through the price control process, a determination is made by the utility regulator on the funding requirements to deliver these policies. The committee will receive oral evidence on the final allocations and the main estimates at its meeting next week. However, I note that Northern Ireland Water's capital allocation is approximately $332 million. Whilst this essentially provides a nominal increase in the region of $8 million compared to the indicative allocations in the department's own equality impact assessment of $323.7 million, it still falls way below the determination under PC21. Moreover, given the Executive's capital borrowing of $105.7 million under the Reinvestment and Reform Initiative, this would provide a significant uplift to Northern Ireland Water if this was in addition to what it received in the last financial year. However, it would appear that this borrowing is being used to maintain similar levels as seen in the 2023-24 main estimates, albeit with a modest increase for Northern Ireland Water to enable additional funding to be provided to other business areas within the department. I note that for 2024-25, the main estimates provided approximately $245 million for roads, rivers and waterways. In the main estimates for 25-26 being debated today, I see that this is increased to $336 million, some $91 million more. This is particularly relevant since essential upgrades to our already ageing water infrastructure cannot be commenced and will undoubtedly impact the level of delivery on the priorities under the programme for government. In addition, the committee will be keen to explore the significant improvements that will be delivered arising from this increased funding for roads, rivers and waterways, and I'm sure that this will form part of its ongoing scrutiny throughout the course of this financial year. It is important that the committee has a clear understanding of the rationale underpinning these decisions over the coming weeks. Whilst balancing a budget is not easy, particularly when resources are constrained, it is essential that the committee can work collaboratively with the Minister to understand her decisions and what improvements will be delivered. Increased funding to other business areas will mean that more can be delivered to improve the condition of our road network through a well-funded maintenance programme and comprehensive winter service. It is no secret that the committee continues to be concerned by the wider road safety issue, and therefore I would urge the Department and relevant stakeholders to place a particular focus upon tackling irresponsible driver behaviour. Turning to TransLink, the committee recognises the legitimate concerns around the impacts of reduced funding on services to those living with disabilities and who are reliant on public transport. I am confident that the committee will be seeking to engage not only with TransLink but also representative groups to examine the impacts arising from the funding for this financial year. Moreover, day by day, the commitments under the Climate Change Act will become more of a reality, which requires a significant and sustained level of funding to encourage a modal shift from our reliance on cars. Our public transport system will play a key part in achieving these commitments, but without the necessary funding to provide a reliable and convenient alternative, particularly in rural areas, road users will be reluctant to make the switch. As Chair, I am confident that as a committee we are all working to a common purpose of improved delivery to the benefit of everyone across Northern Ireland. And just very briefly, I want to talk as a DUP infrastructure spokesperson, as an MLA for Fermanagh and South Tyrone, and I do want to pinpoint my comments in relation to NI Water and the concerns that there are there. Infrastructure has a huge capital budget remit, and that really needs to be planned on a multi-year budget to make sure that planning is appropriate for the road infrastructure projects that we have, and particularly when you look at PC21. But I am concerned about the sustainability of funding for Northern Ireland Water and the constraints that places upon not only Northern Ireland Water but investors and developers here in Northern Ireland. Construction companies, we're hearing from them and the difficulties that they're having in terms of employment as a result of underfunding with NI Water and the difficulties in getting housing up and going. It is causing difficulties with social and affordable homes, and also in terms of school capital bills, and we need to be realistic to that. So infrastructure is an important part of being able to deliver our programme for government aims and achievements. I'm just not wholly sold on in relation to some of the things like developer-led contributions, because I do think that that will increase housing prices for homeowners, and I think we need to look very, very carefully at the measures that we are putting in place. But I am confident that we will be continuing to scrutinise this in terms of the committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Deborah. I call Steve Econ.
Thank you very much indeed, Principal Deputy Speaker. I welcome the chance to make some comments on today's main estimates covering the year 25-26. Firstly, I fully acknowledge that few, if any, executive departments or ALBs will be pleased with the current budgetary position. We do not underestimate for one moment the challenges facing a number of our public services. We also sincerely hope that this is the last time the Assembly and the executive departments are given no choice but to work to short-term single-year budget plans. And Minister, if you have the opportunity to update us, if you can, in any of the discussions you've been having with Treasury about the CSR in your remarks at the end, that would be very much appreciated. Such financial uncertainty has no greater impact than in our health service. For over a decade now, through financial uncertainty and repeated political instability, our health service has simply been expected to carry on. And in the main part, it's just about managed to do that. But regrettably, our patients and our health workers have been left paying the price. At $8.4 billion, we acknowledge that our health service is now receiving a significant proportion of the overall block grant budget, fairly much in line with the rest of our nation. And I do welcome the importance of trying to align spend with what is in the PFG. Already the Health Minister, Mike Nesbitt, has set out a clear set of actions. On Friday, he published a detailed revised version of the elective care framework, which sets out in black and white how he's going to spend the money that has been set aside this year. Many thousands of patients are going to directly benefit, and we also welcome his commitment to what has long been our party's priority: support our youngest patients and also those people who have been both waiting the longest. But once again, and just to be clear, we need to be honest with the public. Of the $215 million that has been presented as a new waiting times package, the vast majority, over 3/4 of it, already existed within the health budget and instead has been internally ring-fenced. The approach by the Executive has only further exacerbated the overall shortfall our department has already faced. Speaking to the Health Committee last week, the Minister was clear that the latest £600 million significant funding gap, he won't be able to do all that he needs to do or wants to do. We do understand the genuine frustration of other members that at times the Department of Health says it's facing X amount of funding shortfall, and then by the end of the year the gap has closed. And I appreciate what you would say, Mr. Frew. We spend a lot of time scrutinising these documents as they come through. But to be clear, this year's circumstances are very different. Extensive savings plans have been baked in, avoidable costs have been stripped out, and the new Permanent Secretary has devised a welcome new approach to financial sustainability. The good news about that is bringing in somebody from outside. They seem to have brought in new thinking. We might encourage other departments within the Northern Ireland Assembly to do the same. The Assembly and Executive will soon have to take a decision. Should we be telling the Minister of Health not to pay our health workers, the most recent set of pay award recommendations, which they deserve, or to give the Trust the go-ahead to implement devastating and totally counterproductive cuts to the frontline healthcare? Or should we be encouraging all ministers to urgently try to grips with the 25-26 situation and try to come up with some solutions? Although I do understand that is much easier said than done. In the meantime, it's only right that we ask every minister and senior civil servant, including the Health Minister, to continue all efforts to ensure the funding being set out in these main estimates is being spent in the most efficient and streamlined manner possible.
Would the member give way?
Certainly.
Would the member agree with me that the creation of multi-year budgets would be helpful to all departments in the Executive?
Thank you, and Dave, thank you very much. And I thank the member for the intervention. Yes, of course, multi-year budgets would be very helpful. And I think, again, as I previously asked, if the Minister could give us an indication of how we're going to look for the next couple of years and whether the Treasurer are likely to sign off on that, because I think that is definitely the place we need to be. In terms of health, major progress has already been made with the slashing of off-contract agency costs and better workforce planning. And even the most recent announcement on commissioning places will all help in putting health finances on a more sustainable footing. But we need to be realistic and recognise that we can't simply wish away the problem of the shortfall in the health budget away. So I hope... Yes, please. Sorry.
You giving way. And you make some really important points, particularly about the idea of new thinking about how to manage our budgets and how we progress forward with reform, and that is very important. And we look forward to meeting with Mike Farrar to get the detail. But you also make the point about the budget and the shortfall for health, and I recognise fully how challenging that budget is. But would you also agree with me that it is really important that we have accountability from the trusts on how they spend their budgets, particularly the Belfast Trust, where we have seen a huge amount of wastage in the capital programme?
For her extensive remarks there, because I think I totally agree. And I think if anybody, and I put my sort of hat out to the Minister for Finance, because one of the most difficult things that we have across government is how we control spending within the ALBs. And they don't even report on all the same accounting standards. They don't even report at the same time. And who is actually accountable and responsible? We regularly are quite happy here to chastise ministers when they come in front of us here for not doing things. But when ministers don't even find out what's going on until a day before, or indeed don't even give the full picture, that says something about the culture out there that has to change. And the main estimates are very clear. This is the funding envelope that we need to be able to work within and what the Northern Ireland Assembly is supposed to deliver. This is for the people of Northern Ireland. But the amount of that money that is then passed on to arm's-length bodies, where indeed, and we have heard the frustrations from the Department's own officials, that they don't know what's going on either. When the Department of Finance's officials, who some of them are probably some of the best civil servants we have in Northern Ireland, don't even know what's going on with the ALBs and when the money's been moved around, I think that's an area of concern that we need to significantly look at. And indeed, I know from other members of the Finance Committee, we've been spending a lot of time looking at the monthly outturns. And there have been some curious sort of shifts of money within these. And I know, Minister, I've already mentioned the concerns we've had about the Department of Economy. And bearing in mind it did have its, not only did it have its accounts qualified, it was disclaimed. I think any department being that should mean that there should be significantly more scrutiny being looking at the funding as this has come through. But I shall shortly bring my remarks to the close and just say, I think with the main issues that we have, the use of the funding that is available, we need to be able to shape that, but we need to also be able to make sure we properly account for the funding that we have and make sure it's spent effectively and efficiently. And if that means we're going to have to start asking some extremely hard questions of our own officials and asking where delivery and accountability actually lies, we, Mr. Principal, or Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, are accountable to the people of Northern Ireland. If we don't do what we do, we're out. Is the same question there for the civil service?
Time's up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Call Philip Rudd, Chair of the Committee for the Economy.
Principal Deputy Speaker, and can I firstly apologise for not being present for all the remarks members have made. As you'll be aware, there was a serious incident that took place in the early hours of this morning in North Belfast, and our thoughts are with all those impacted. Can I welcome the Finance Minister back to his place? We missed him yesterday, but can I thank him for his engagement on behalf of the Executive with the Chief Secretary to the Treasury yesterday. We look forward to hopefully getting a bit of an update when the Minister concludes his remarks today on that important engagement. On behalf of the committee, I'd like to thank the Minister for bringing forward this debate on the supply resolution. The passage of this motion will authorise the main estimates and provide an important paving resolution for the budget bill next week. The Economy Committee has had oral and written evidence on the budget matters from the Department in December, February, April and as recently as last week. The Committee also received the Department's main estimates memorandum and lately the impact assessment for budget allocations. I think it is fair to say, even with all this briefing, members have greatly struggled to understand what the Department's budget position for 25-26 actually is compared with the previous year. The committee only recently learnt last week that we are to see a 3% increase in support for skills places and an 8% increase in higher level apprenticeships in 25-26. It appears that despite a flat cash allocation, the overall projected numbers for higher education students are to stay the same. For Queen's University, there will be no projected change, whereas for Ulster University, there will be a reduction in the places at the Belfast campus and an increase in places at both Coleraine and the Magee campuses. Overall, these are important developments. It is therefore very strange to report that members found it surprisingly difficult and indeed almost impossible for the Department to share this information with the committee, despite the best endeavours of the member for Foyle on several occasions. The impact assessments, which were expected to provide a significant level of detail, told us almost nothing. The estimates memorandum, which showed us overall trends, also showed almost nothing in the budget line level. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, in respect of the position in respect of the anticipated delivery on key outcomes was not set out to the committee in a particularly forthcoming way, making our assessment of budget allocations very, very difficult. Very happy to give it.
Thank you very much indeed. And this is particularly in relation to the Department of Economy that I've raised in my previous remarks. But bearing in mind that the fact that their accounts were disclaimed, do you not think the accounting officer should be making sure that there's a proper presentation of information to the committee to be able to do its job?
Members in acting, Madam.
My colleagues in the Public Accounts Committee are currently looking at this issue, Mr. Econ, and hopefully whenever they release that report and the primacy, the committee is very keen to get into the detail of those discussions, and the committee will be seeking clarity on confirmation that there aren't reductions in resource spending, that those won't undermine the support for city and growth deal investments. As indicated in the last debate, civil service and further education pay pressures have now crystallised as the additional national insurance costs. The department seems to have assured the committee that this will cover these costs, and the committee does want to pay tribute to the Minister for negotiating a settlement for further education lecturers, and it would be remiss of me not to put on record the thanks to the Minister for doing that. However, we do remain concerned about a reduction in Northern Ireland Screen's budget and how that may affect the continuing delivery of successful creative industries here in Northern Ireland. The position on capital in pre-committed projects will be delivered, such as the McGee expansion and the city and growth deal monies. However, other capital projects seem to be paused. Very happy to give one.
I'm really glad that the member referenced the creative industries, and would he join with me in congratulating the Dulux Group in my constituency, who have just received the King's Award for Enterprise?
Very happy to join the member in doing that. Richard and the team down there have done a fantastic job, and the forthcoming opening of the new Harry Potter ride in Universal Studios was produced here in Northern Ireland in the member's constituency. So I congratulate her, who at her time as Economy Minister championed that industry, and it is proving to be hugely successful. Notwithstanding the difficulties of the budget scrutiny, I anticipate that the majority of the committee members will therefore support the supply resolution. Turning to my comments as an individual MLA, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, I do have some concerns about the continued funding model for the higher education sector. All of our institutions have been on record as saying the current funding model is not sustainable. Indeed, continued representations have been made by all the institutions to the Minister. I was therefore disappointed that the Minister, rather than issuing a statement to this House or to the committee, issued a statement through the Sinn Féin press office to say that she would not be increasing tuition fees, but set out no plan as to how she would fund the model moving forward. As a North Belfast representative, I am disappointed that the department are cutting places by 250 at the Ulster University campus. However, I recognise that my colleagues and those who represent the Foyle constituency will warmly welcome the growth of 250 places at the McGee campus this year. And I do want to pay particular tribute to Maurice Bradley, my colleague, who continues to champion the Coleraine campus and has secured an additional 200 places at Coleraine this year. I'd be keen if the Minister would outline in his remarks, particularly in relation to the June monitoring round. The Minister for the Economy has set out that she has written to executive colleagues seeking additional funding for our higher education sector, so I'd be keen to ascertain how much the Minister has requested at this stage. It does seem to be, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, that there is already a claim on some of the June monitoring allocations, so it would be useful for members to understand how much is anticipated to be available to all departments, how much has already been earmarked, and what will then be left up for grabs. Obviously, the Minister can't give an exact figure, given there will be some underspends within departments. But with that, I'll bring my remarks to a close. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Timothy Casement.
Thank you very much, Principal Deputy Speaker. I want to begin my remarks by drawing members' attention to the total resource and capital expenditure shown on page 7. Some 30.8 billion for services here in Northern Ireland. Leaving out the non-cash items, the net requirement is some 27.4 billion. That's a figure we should keep in mind each time a minister comes to this House and laments the lack of public money coming from Westminster. Fundamentally, this expenditure is possible because of the grant to Northern Ireland from Whitehall and approved by Westminster in His Majesty's Treasury Northern Ireland Office Main Estimates 2025-26. The truth is, as these estimates show, that it's great to be British. I'm sure the Minister will agree with me, and that all the moaning from this place about an alleged lack of money will not obscure that reality. If only the Executive would spend our funds more wisely and efficiently. It seems to me that once the maiden Stormont logo is attached to the budget, that the wastage begins. If you want evidence of that, members need only to turn to Table 5 on pages 2022 and 2023. There we have a summary of our expenditure resting on the sole authority of the Budget Act. When we last had a debate on the estimates, I drew members' attention to a document on the Department of Finance's website, which is entitled Managing Public Money Northern Ireland. Paragraph 2.5 of that document deals with securing adequate legal authority and states, the Assembly usually authorises spending on a specific policy or service by approving bespoke legislation, setting out in some detail how it should work. Departments should ensure that both they and their ALBs have adequate legal cover for any specific actions they undertake. However, here we are today again, voting on giving over £13.3 million to departments without any bespoke legislation in place. The document produced by the Department of Finance says that the authority of the Budget Act should be relied upon only in certain limited circumstances, and normally for expenditure of no more than £1.5 million. Yet here we are, and in the case of just one department, the Executive Office, we are approving not one such scheme, but 4. With over £12.5 million of services being delivered without specific Assembly legislation in place, the Executive Office is acting in a fashion that is both arrogant and disrespectful to this Assembly. Staying with the Executive Office for a minute, I note that there is no income listed when it comes to resource connected to the historical and institutional abuse on page 168. Let me spell out what that means for members. It means that the institutions in which children suffered abuse, usually but by no means exclusively at the hands of the Roman Catholic Church, have failed to contribute a penny towards their victims. That is a scandal, and it was a shameful failure of this Assembly not to build into the legislation for a requirement for them to contribute to this scheme up front. And I hope that's a lesson that has been learned for future redress schemes that will come through the TEO office. That's what happens in Scotland. It's paid up front, but not here in Stormont. Let me move on to one of the sacred cows of this Assembly, the North-South bodies. On page 14 of the estimates, we are told that the resource spend in the Lochs Agency is £44,444,000. That on a body which, as I spelt out last week, could disappear in the morning and no one would notice, as its functions are performed by other bodies and offers only duplication. On page 118, I read that £2,117,000 is going on resource spend to safe food. I'm sure their employees in County Cork will be very grateful. Not a single person in Northern Ireland will be employed with that money. It is a scandalous waste at a time when our health budget is under severe pressure. I close by turning to page 192 and the spend on Assembly Commission, which is over £62.6 million. Why is that so generous? Well, partly because of the Remuneration Board Bill, which the establishment are so keen to rush through this House in order to give MLAs a pay rise. But also, as I learned recently, to fund the Media Monitoring Service, so that anyone who dares to be critical of this Assembly and how it operates can know that when they are on the radio or TV, that every word will be transcribed at the public's expense. Last month, the Commission tendered for such a service at a cost of £35,000 to the public purse, which I assume is included within that figure of £62.6 million. So I close by asking the Minister, whose own department operates the Media Monitoring Service, is he content with that money, with that contract, and is it a prudent use of public money? Why have we two sets of civil servants or contracts, as it will be in the case of the Commission, monitoring the media at public expense? And who benefits from this service? I never heard of it until I came to this House, and I want to an end, and I want to really put the pressure on this Executive. We have the programme for government and we have the budget. Once the programme for government was laid out in front, it was hailed as the the new dawning for this Assembly, that how we're going to get things done in this House. The budget doesn't stack up, it doesn't meet the commitments within the programme for government, and we've already seen how 50% of our social housing won't be able to progress this year because of a lack of funds. This place needs to get its house in order. I hope in future years, when I'm standing up here, that we have a programme for government and a budget that matches what has been committed to. Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Timothy. So the Business Committee, as always, has arranged to meet at 1 o'clock on a Tuesday, so I propose, by leave of the Assembly, to suspend until 2 o'clock. Minister, you will be the next speaker after question time to respond to the debate. And just to remind you, you've got 57 minutes to respond. I'm sure we're all looking forward to that. So the sitting is by leave suspended.
Assembly Chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly Chamber. Sound.
Sitting is resumed. It's time for questions to the Minister for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs. Question 8 and 11 have been withdrawn. I call Patsy Malone.
Question number 1.
Sir.
The main benefit from the recent UK-EU agreement will arise from GB, Northern Ireland and the EU having the same regulations in the sanitary and phytosanitary sphere and in a number of other agri-food areas as well. The commitment to align regulations should mean the removal of almost all SPS-related certification and controls on movements of SPS goods between GB and the EU. This in turn should make it easier to move agri-foods and plants from GB to NI, with savings to both businesses and government. I am aware that the UK Government has published its assessment on the long-run impact of an SPS agreement, which concluded a positive impact of up to 0.14% on GDP. This is equivalent of up to 5.1 billion when compared to projected UK GDP levels in 2040. I recognise concerns that have been raised from the fishing sector that reciprocal access does not extend to access for Northern Ireland fishing vessels to the Irish and 6 and 12 nautical miles region, However, the extension of existing arrangements till 2038 does bring some certainty for our fishing sector, and there is no guarantee that annual negotiations would result in a better outcome. The UK Government has not yet provided any detail on the proposed £360 million Fishing and Coastal Growth Fund, and I am continuing to press for that. I am disappointed that veterinary medicines are not in scope of the agreement, but I will continue to urge the UK Government and the EU to obtain a resolution to ensure continued supply. I would emphasise it will take some time in terms of to turn this into a political agreement and also a legal agreement. I am disappointed that customs and wider single market access is not part of the agreement, but I do welcome it.
Expanding on that theme, Minister, I thank you for what you've said so far, but have you engaged with local producers to understand the practical effects of the agreement on cross-border trade and indeed market access?
As always, I will continue to engage, and I have been speaking to a number of people who have outlined the benefits associated with this, but also the benefits of our access to the single market for goods, and that is an advantage that Northern Ireland has more broadly beyond just agri-food. And I think it's important we take advantage of those opportunities, but also we see the implementation of this agreement in a speedy manner, because we want to see those trade frictions that have previously been in place to be removed.
Thank you. Minister, given the fact that a lot of our food is produced on an island-wide basis, do you see any opportunities from the recent EU-UK agreement to enhance island-wide cooperation in the agri-food sector?
So we already have access to the single market for goods, and that includes agri-food, and there's already been significant cooperation on an all-Ireland basis in regards to that. For example, in relation to the dairy industry, who have been able to take advantage of the benefits of the Windsor framework in terms of that access. But this agreement is a reset in relations between the UK and the EU, and it goes broader than just agri-food, and it's important that's part of it, but also allows us to cooperate in much other areas, such as emissions trading schemes, carbon border adjustment mechanism, also in relation to the environment and climate change. And I'm looking forward to that reset and continue to engage with my colleagues, north, south, east, west, and across the EU.
Andrew McMurray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for the answers thus far. What engagement does the Minister plan to have with the UK and EU in advance of any SPS and veterinary agreement being finalised?
So I've been engaging significantly with the UK Government. On the day of this agreement and in the days following, I had meetings with the UK Government. I will continue to do that because it's important, as this is turned into a legal text, that the needs of Northern Ireland are shaped. I'll also be in Brussels next week engaging with the European Union and also the relevant bodies that are represented there around this. And I will continue to advocate for the agri-food sector in Northern Ireland.
Alan Robinson.
Number 2, Mr. Speaker.
The policies and proposals for consultation included in the draft Climate Action Plan in relation to livestock focus on improving cattle productivity and harnessing the benefits of genetics and dietary interventions, not herd reduction. Improvements in livestock productivity are encouraged through a combination of earlier age slaughter of clean beef cattle, earlier age first calving of suckler and dairy heifer replacements, and reducing suckler and dairy cow calving intervals. By implementing these productivity improvement actions, the aim is to maintain beef and milk output while removing older and more inefficient cattle from the Northern Ireland herd. These improvements in cattle productivity will be supported through the Beef Sustainability Package, the Farming for Sustainability Knowledge Transfer Programme, the Bovine Genetics Project and the Carbon Footprinting Project within my Department's Sustainable Agricultural Programme. Mandatory reductions in livestock numbers are not intended to form part of the forthcoming draft Climate Action Plan.
Mr. Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for that response. Over 1,000 people attended a consultation event last week and roundly rejected the NAP proposals. In under a day, around 2,000 people have signed a petition by my colleague Michelle McIlveen, which calls for these proposals to be scrapped. Minister, can I ask, why will you not listen? We ask again, will you scrap these NAP proposals and go back to the drawing board?
Minister. So your question is in relation to the Climate Action Plan, which is in relation to greenhouse gas emissions. And what I want to do is I want to give people their say in relation to that. There's a requirement to undertake a 16-week consultation as part of that, and once they get an executive agreement, then we'll go out and consult in regards to that, like we are consulting on draft proposals within the NAP. And I think it's important to say that they're draft proposals and it's a public consultation. I think people should have the opportunity to have their say.
Danny Donnelly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could I ask the Minister for an update on his plans to establish a Just Transition Fund for agriculture?
So, as Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs, working with my executive colleagues, we made a bid to the UK Government for a Just Transition Fund for agriculture, and we weren't successful in that regard in the budget that came out at the end of October of last year. So I am not defeated. I worked on that and actually was able to secure over £12 million from the Finance Minister for a Just Transition Fund for agriculture in this financial year, and we are delivering that on the ground. What more, we're also setting up a Just Transition Commission for Northern Ireland, and that's to ensure that there's a pathway ahead which is fair and just, and it's important we deliver that support to farmers in Northern Ireland.
Jerry Carl.
Minister, given its cross-cutting nature, how do you believe that the granting of prospective mineral licences will impact on the climate action plan being deliverable and the wider impact on our water and our general environment?
Conscious that this is a regulatory decision that sits with the Department for Economy, and I have to respect the process that follows in relation to that. If the member wants to write to me with regard to specific concerns in terms of greenhouse gas emissions on that issue, then I'm happy to consider that.
Tony Gilson.
Much, Mr. Speaker. Minister, I stood with over 900 farmers last Thursday in Greenmount who are concerned by the apocalyptic cuts that will result from your nutrient action programme proposals to destock farms. Morally, Minister, how can you put forward proposals that will destroy farming and rob the next generation their right to inherit a viable family farm? Minister, I urge you, do the right thing and withdraw these proposals before you destroy the industry.
So there's a lot of misinformation in relation to the question posed by Mr. Gaston. These are draft proposals. There's no final decisions taken. Blue in the face saying that. This is not about what he outlines. This is about ensuring sustainability, both financial and environmental sustainability, and both go hand in hand. And I encourage people to feed into the consultation, because I'm engaging as Minister, as are my officials, and I want to thank my officials for their engagement in relation to the Nutrients Action Programme. They've been engaging and they've been listening in relation to that. And I think it's important to just put one thing on record. The social media commentary in relation to the Nutrients Action Programme in recent weeks has been disgraceful. There's been misogynistic comments against officials in my department. There's been racist comments in relation to people that we are very, very fortunate to have working within our agri-food sector. And not for a very long time have I seen such vile homophobic comments about myself. And I am a gay man, and I am proud to be a gay man, and it has no relevance whatsoever to the Nutrients Action Programme, nor my ability to do this job.
Michelle Guy.
Question 3, please.
I'm delighted that protecting Lough Neagh is a key priority in the programme for government 2024 to 2027, and this reinforces the need for the implementation of the science-led actions in the Lough Neagh Action Plan. We need collective action and support to continue on this journey. Of the 37 actions contained within the Lough Neagh Action Plan, I am pleased to report that 10 of these have been delivered, 23 are progressing, and I am committed to driving forward the implementation of the remaining actions. Actions delivered include progress on the Lough Neagh Small Business Research Initiatives, enhanced responses to reports of water pollution through an increase in water quality inspectors, and an increased focus on the highest areas of risk, with DERA officials undertaking increased waterway inspections within several Lough Neagh catchments of concern. I would stress that there are no quick fixes to the issues in Lough Neagh, but the longer we leave it to take action, the more costly and longer it will take to fix.
Mrs. Guy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for that response. Could the Minister provide an update on the Nutrient Action Programme consultation, please?
Thank you, Michelle. So there is a requirement arising from the Lough Neagh Action Plan and also the Environmental Improvement Plan, also a requirement in law to review the Nutrients Action Programme. And what we're undertaking now is a consultation on draft proposals and no final decisions will be taken. And as I've always stated, this will require executive referral and decision in regards to that. I am someone who is engaging and I am listening, and I'm prepared to take on board feedback as always. And I really welcome the opportunity this morning for what was a challenging but a constructive engagement both with the Ulster Farmers Union and Northern Ireland Environment Link. And all within the room acknowledged the problem with water quality, and the agreement there was that it needs to be resolved. And I do welcome the work that's been undertaken to date, and we all acknowledge that more needs to be done. I do welcome the outcome from the meeting this morning with the Ulster Farmers Union and Northern Ireland Environment Link in terms of the importance of everyone complying with the existing regulations. People need to play by the rules, and the vast majority of farmers play by the rules. Let's put that on record. And the focus must, as always, be in terms of the people who don't. I reassured everyone within the room that these are draft proposals. I heard the concerns and again reiterated that no final decisions have been taken. We welcomed and I really did find it very heartening to have constructive discussions about the potential of setting up a stakeholder group consisting of both agri-food and environmental stakeholders to consider the Nutrients Action Programme proposals, the responses from the consultation, to inform decisions on what will be implemented and the timeframes with regards to when. It is clear that timeframes for implementation are very important to all concerned, and we need to find a way through this together. In terms of science and evidence, I provided reassurance about the processes in place in regards to that.
Eva Finnegan.
I want to thank the Minister for his answers so far, and I want to give a heartfelt disappointment to hear that the social media comments that you've endured, and it's absolutely disgraceful, should never be the case. So recently, obviously, the recently released NAP consultation introduced to protect our waterways. There's obviously huge concern from the farmers, but in the context of that, has the department undertaken any modelling of how the proposed changes to the Nutrient Action Programme could affect livestock stocking rates or the economic viability of the different farming systems?
Thank you for your kind comments. It's appreciated. There is a regulatory impact assessment already been undertaken, and we'll undertake an economic impact assessment around this. And let's be very clear, my agenda in this is not about herd reduction. This is about sustainability, both financial and environmental, around this. And the outcome from the meeting this morning was really positive in terms of the focus. The immediate focus has to be in terms of ensuring people are playing by the current rules in terms of Nutrient Action Programme. That's what we're going to focus upon, and I'm confident we're going to find a way forward in relation to this.
Clark.
Mr. Speaker, and can I also join with the previous speaker? I think no one should personalise these things against anyone, and I am sorry to hear your comments around that, Minister. That shouldn't be the case in terms of anyone, so I wouldn't support those commentary in relation to that. However, Minister, in response today, you've referred to water quality, you've referred to your scientists. What would you say then when your Chief Scientific Officer, who was appointed in 2016, Dr. Sinclair Meehan, last week was there amongst the other 900,000 odd people who are arguing against the science? A man who is of esteemed character and renowned in his field. Have you confidence whenever a former colleague of theirs was on a platform last week disagreeing with the science that's been used for these proposals?
Sure.
Thank you, Trevor, and thank you for your kind remarks. I think in the discourse around this and many other issues, much better to play the ball, not the player. And this is a consultation in regards to this, and there's many good people across this chamber, and I have a lot of respect for you, and we can debate these things through, but let's try to find a way forward in regards to this. My Chief Scientific Officer is Alistair Carson. I was with him this morning. I do have respect for other different opinions around this. I'm very conscious of that. There's a discourse in terms of the science and evidence, and there is processes already in place in the department to seek independent expert science advice and commission external peer reviews of any issues which may need to be considered in a transparent and robust manner off the back of the consultation. And already some of the stuff has been raised with me. I want to ensure that we get external independent assessment of that, because I need to satisfy myself before I be bringing forward any final proposals, but also need to satisfy people who are responding to the consultation that their concerns have been addressed, and that's something we're going to do.
Robbie Butler.
Thank you,
Mr. Speaker, and I want to associate myself with the comments that have already been made across the House, because holding any minister's feet to the fire should never descend into personal attack, and particularly around sexual orientation. So you have my full solidarity in that matter. However, Minister, I'm going to hold your feet to the fire. There's a disconnect between the department, yourself, and the farming community out there. And I've heard the statement, nothing for us without us. What are you going to do to restore the confidence in the farming community that any future development NAP programme will have their voice at the centre of it, because they're going to be key to delivering clear and clean water and being our environmental champions?
Thank you very much, Robbie, and it was really good to meet yourself and the Deputy Chair beforehand, and I thank you for your ongoing productive relations both with myself and the Department. We have a challenge here. We have a crisis in relation to water quality. It's not just Lough Neagh, it's Lough Erne, and many other water bodies across Northern Ireland are in a critical state. 40% of our drinking water comes from Lough Neagh, so we have to address this issue. We also need to ensure financial viability and sustainability in the long term for agriculture, and that's what I'm commissioned to do. And it's a tough ask, but I'm determined to do it. This is a challenge of my life, and I will deliver upon it, because we have to. We owe it to the people of Northern Ireland. I'm very conscious of the concerns that have been expressed, not just in terms of agri-food, but also from environmental groups. They're coming to me and they're making legitimate concerns about, is this just going to be the situation forever and ever and ever? So that's why today's discussion, both with the Ulster Farmers Union and Northern Ireland Environment Link, in terms of setting up a stakeholder group which would bring together all the relevant people around this to consider what and when will be brought forward and how we can go forward in relation to these measures. I think that's really positive, and I would want to take that forward.
Matthew Hill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, I'm going to add my voice to those who stand in opposition to any inappropriate homophobic remarks. That is utterly disgusting. You have the opposition support in calling that out. You're doing your job as a minister. You can be challenged on substance, but not on anything else. So, Minister, to that end, it's clear that Lough Neagh is an environmental crisis. It will require action both in terms of nutrients overload, and that is a fact. That's not subject to any debate, but also investment in NI water. It's a twin-track thing. Both need dealt with. On the NI water investment, are you disappointed, and have you raised with your colleagues the fact that this year's budget is below inflation?
Mr. O'Toole, can we get a question, please?
Water?
Thank you, Matthew, and thank you for your kind comments. And some of the social media commentary from some well-known personalities in the comments below, so their platform in this, it does not reflect the farming community in Northern Ireland. The reception I've had from all arts and parts of Northern Ireland has been extremely welcome and extremely positive, and some of the groups that I've engaged with, and such as, for example, Young Farmers Clubs of Ulster, really positive examples of inclusivity and terms of a future for Northern Ireland. So I want to put that on the record around that, and I think we're all very clear that there's challenges here, but there's no need to be engaged in some of those comments. And some of the comments against officials in my department, they are really despicable. You raised a very important issue in terms of sewage pollution. I met with the Infrastructure Minister yesterday in regards to this, because my role is in terms of regulation and enforcement of that sewage pollution. What's happening at the moment is not right, and I am the first Minister to grasp this issue in terms of regulation and enforcement. The by ball that was given to NI Water when they were established in 2007 in terms of that permission to pollute under SORPI is wrong. I want to see an end to that, and I want to see NI Water be treated like all other polluters in Northern Ireland. It is wrong that they're given a special status in regards to that. And alongside that, we also need to see investment in wastewater infrastructure, and that's for everyone else in this chamber to engage with the Infrastructure Minister on. I'll not be found wanting in terms of dealing with all forms of pollution around this, because it's a critical issue for us all.
Andy Allen.
I welcome the success of the carrier bag levy, and since its introduction in 2013 has already removed approximately 2.4 billion bags from circulation across Northern Ireland. Our carrier bag levy is the most extensive of its kind across the UK and extends to all bags of all materials, not just plastic bags. The primary objective of the levy is to influence customer behaviour that will promote a reduction in the number of carrier bags in circulation. The latest carrier bag levy annual statistics, published on the 22nd of August of last year, show that the number of carrier bags dispensed in 2023-24 was 8.1% lower than the previous year. In addition to its environmental aims, the funds generated from the levy are made available to support environmentally beneficial programmes and initiatives.
Mr. Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I thank the Minister for his answer. Minister, to what extent has this levy contributed to Northern Ireland's overall recycling and waste reduction targets?
So it has had a contribution. In terms of the greater scheme around what we can do in terms of household recycling, it is not that significant, but it has an important role to play, not just in terms of recycling, but also in terms of that waste going in to, for example, our marine environment. It's something we want to deal with. There's a wider sphere of work that we need to do to increase recycling, not just in terms of households, but also in terms of businesses. I consulted upon that last year, and we're bringing forward proposals in regards to that, and also be consultant on a waste management strategy as well.
McDonald's. Can you detail how many projects funded by the carrier bag levy have benefited the environment to date?
The carrier bag levy income is used to fund environmental projects, and each project is assessed against environmental benefits it can deliver. And while all the projects and their benefits are too numerous to list today, I would like to highlight just a couple of examples. The levy funds the Reuse Repair Organisation, Northern Ireland Resources Network, and I know East Belfast Mission in the members' constituency are members of that network, and they are actively involved in reuse and repair activities for the good of the environment and society. And that reuse repair initiative is in Bangor that actually repaired one of the lights in my house, and I want to thank them for that. The levy also funds the multi-million-pound Environment Fund, which is to deliver projects to protect and improve habitats, landscapes and the quality of air and water. It enhances access to the natural environment and associated benefits to health and well-being and improved environmental education. These are only just some of the environmental benefits the carrier bag levy income delivers every year.
Mark Durgan.
Question number 5.
Minister.
I am pleased to report that, alongside the DEFRA Secretary of State, I approved the appointment of UK Deposit Management Organisation on the 6th of May as the operator of the Deposit Return Scheme in England and Northern Ireland. They have also been designated, subject to parliamentary approval, as the DRS Scheme Administrator in Scotland. The UK DMO is an independent, not-for-profit, business-led organisation appointed by the Government to develop and ultimately deliver the schemes day to day. Importantly, the DMO role is to create the necessary infrastructure and run the deposit return scheme. This means the managing producer registrations, flow of deposits, financial obligations, effective collection of drinks containers, and also ensuring the recycling rates improve over time. The appointment proceeds from the Deposit Scheme for Drinks Containers Regulations 2025 being made on the 23rd of January. My officials will continue to engage and collaboratively with the UK DMO to meet our collective ambition for DRS.
Mr Durkin.
Thank the Minister for his answer, and I'd also like to offer my solidarity and support to him and his officials in the face of the abhorrent abuse that you've been on the receiving end of. Is the Minister aware what budget will be required to roll out this deposit return scheme, and what lessons can be learned from this scheme in the South to minimise inconvenience and expense and maximise environmental benefit?
Thank you very much, Mark, and thank you for your kind comments. And it's important for you to say that, and I appreciate it. Just in terms of DRS, this is a scheme that's going to be very positive, because obviously there's a value from the products that are being returned, so that will help understand the financial viability of it going forward. There's lots of lessons to be learned from the South. They've had DRS in place since February of last year, yes, last year, and I'm very jealous of that, because it's not been rolled out across the UK, essentially because the previous UK government were more interested in bickering with other parts of the UK around these issues. So DEFRA Secretary Steve Reid and I are going to go down south and see it being rolled out, because I've seen it in Dundalk and I want to take him down and show it that. So it'll be good to see this rolled out north and south.
Connie Egan.
Thank you, Minister. I would like to also add my comments that the abuse that you, your officials and others in the sector have received is totally unacceptable. But could I ask how this scheme will align with the rest of the UK and Ireland?
Thank you very much, Connie, and that's very appreciated. In relation to this scheme, it will align with England and Scotland and also the south of Ireland. Wales have decided to do their own thing, and I have a meeting with them afterwards around this, but this will be very good that there will be that north-south alignment around this, and hopefully the culture will change. I think in Northern Ireland we actually have a history of DRS when there's been lemonade bottles and we brought them back and you got money for it. I remember as a child collecting them together, so this is essentially rolling out something that was there a long time ago.
Guy Middleton.
Mr Speaker.
Provision of funding for local shows is not a statutory obligation under the Agriculture Act 1949, and opportunities for financial support in the form of discretionary sponsorship are extremely limited. One such potential opportunity for funding exists under the Northern Ireland Regional Food Programme delivered by DERA. This scheme provides funding for the promotion of local food and drink at regional fairs and exhibitions, which would include agricultural shows. Following the recent competition, 5 local agricultural shows applied for funding. All 5 were successful, with letters of offer totalling £36,939.68 issued to Antrim, Armagh, Ballymoney, Castlewellan and Clocker shows. Any further potential support will be to cover costs associated with my department's exhibits at agricultural shows during the 2025 show season. I met with representatives from the agricultural show industry and had a good engagement with them in terms of the future support that will be available as potentially arising from our future rural policy, and there will be consideration being given to hosting a business stakeholder engagement to allow the co-design of that policy.
Mr. Middleton.
And can I thank the Minister for that response and join with others in condemning those who have attacked you personally or indeed your officials. That is unacceptable and needs to be called out. Minister, thank you for the extensive response. Minister, obviously the agricultural shows are welcome opportunities to showcase the industry. I think it is a useful opportunity for DAERA as well to, I suppose, encourage people to go into that sector. Is there any further plans for the department to expand their offering at those shows?
Thank you very much, Gary, and thank you for your kind comments. DAERA generally has a presence at these shows, and I think that's very warmly welcomed. It's a good opportunity for engagement with the agricultural community, and that's something we'll continue alongside that other support which I've outlined to yourself. I think the agricultural shows are a part of rural life, and that's why I want to consider in terms of future rural policy how we can mainstream that.
Audit Murphy.
Collier and Minister would like to again put on record my solidarity with you following some of the disgraceful commentary that has been made on social media. Minister, would you consider undertaking a cost-benefit analysis to determine the return that our rural economies get off the back of financial investment in these shows?
Thank you very much, and thank you for your kind comments. There was an independent resilience review undertaken. As far as I'm aware, that will be on our website, and that hopefully will outline a bit more in terms of the evaluation of the importance of shows in Northern Ireland. I know that that was given full consideration, but in the financial context that we're in, my focus is upon meeting statutory obligations, such as in terms of discharging that obligation around TB compensation, and that's the context of the environment that we're in. But I want to see what more we can do as part of rural policy, and that's why we wanted consideration in terms of agricultural shows and how they fit in with that.
Peter Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question 7.
The puppy smuggling trade in Northern Ireland commonly involves rogue dog breeders and puppy traffickers attempting to transport low-welfare pups via the 2 main ferry ports in Northern Ireland to be offered for sale in Great Britain. My department created the Pause for Thought multi-agency group in 2020 to coordinate the actions of relevant statutory agencies here in order to disrupt the trafficking of low-welfare pups. The group comprises of representatives of the police, HMRC, local councils, Belfast Harbour Police, ferry companies and officials from DAERA, and I've met up with them last year and saw the operation in action. Through this group, it has been possible to target individuals who are known to be moving consignments of low-welfare pups to Great Britain through ferry terminals. This joined-up working has resulted in a significant number of seizures of pups and criminal convictions for those involved. In addition to the targeted checks, follow-up activity is carried out by councils to identify potential illegal breeding sites. Since its inception of the group, statistics gathered by my department suggest that the number of pups being moved from Northern Ireland to Great Britain for sale through our ports have fallen by about 50%. This shows that enhanced scrutiny of these movements has successfully deterred unscrupulous traders and transporters who do not care about animal welfare. As well as pups that have been illegally bred in Northern Ireland, my department and its partner agencies remain aware that pups are also being moved illegally from unlicensed breeding establishments in the Republic of Ireland into Northern Ireland. My officials have met with their counterparts in the South to discuss how we can facilitate the exchange of information so that more can be done to tackle these operations at their source. In addition, my department continues to run a social media-led awareness campaign to highlight the role everyone has to play in tackling puppy smuggling.
We must move to topical questions. I call Patsy Madlone.
And Minister, I too would like to be associated with comments condemning any abuse directed at you or indeed personnel working for the department. It's totally intolerable and wrong. Just to move on to the question now, can I ask if, Minister, can you inform us if the department is engaged in or intending to conduct a review of office accommodation?
I'm not aware. First of all, thank you, Patsy, for that. And, Some of the comments made towards me, I'm thick enough to be able to take that. It was a bit shocking. I have not seen something like that since the 90s. But some of the comments, for example, in terms of foreign nationals working in agri-food, I just thought that was beneath contempt. And I think it's important we just call this out here. We can have a rational discussion around these things, but it should not descend into that. And some of the comments against officials are wrong. I'm not aware of any planned review in terms of accommodation. I do know that we keep that under review because we want to make sure that we're managing our money effectively in relation to this in terms of accommodation. If you've got concerns in any sites that you do not feel are being fully utilised, then I'm happy to discuss that with you.
Thank you. The assurances that I would seek from you, Minister, would be that there wouldn't be any diminution or depletion of services and access to services, especially for those of us in our rural areas.
I think that's an important issue. Patsy, and those DAERA direct offices, for example, are really important. And also in terms of my departmental headquarters up in the northwest, I think it's important that it's there, and it's important that a number of our staff are able to base themselves at that, whilst also having the flexibility to work from home. It's important that we serve all our communities across Northern Ireland.
Michelle Guy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, can I ask for your assessment of the climate change findings contained in the recent Northern Ireland Life and Times survey?
So I was pleased to see a range of climate change related questions included in the recent Life and Times survey, which has been well established. A clear majority of respondents view climate change as a serious threat, supported international cooperation and political action to address it, and want to see local politicians do more to tackle climate change. I was also heartened to see the majority of respondents felt a personal responsibility to play their part in reducing climate change. These results were encouraging for the direction of travel Northern Ireland has taken to address one of the most pressing challenges we face. I share these concerns. Decisive action in this area is one of my key priorities. You will recall that this Assembly declared a climate change emergency in 2020. That was my maiden speech when we did that. And we passed the Climate Change Act in 2022. That was passed unanimously at final reading. These are significant and welcome developments. My department has been working at pace to implement many requirements of the Act, including introducing climate reporting for public bodies, the first 3 carbon budgets, and also taking forward work to establish a Just Transition Commission. We've got more to do, and I will continue to work with my executive colleagues to do that.
Mrs. Guy.
Thank you, Minister, for that really encouraging response. Can I ask what more the Executive can do to move faster on climate action?
There's a number of things that we must do in response to climate change. We have to take actions to mitigate and also adapt. So the Climate Action Plan 2023 to 2027. Now, the fact that these institutions didn't sit for 2 years is why we're behind in relation to that. That's with the Executive for Agreement, so we'll go out and consult and we can get people's views. Also, in terms of adoption, we have proposals, over 250 of those. I will go out to consult on those very soon, and I think it's important we get people's views. The third issue is around funding. We need to be able to deliver a just transition around this, but we also need to invest in the future in terms of good green jobs. That's something I'm engaging with the UK Government. I would like to be able to go to the UK Government with a green growth strategy as a template for delivering those good green jobs in Northern Ireland. So that's why I continue to seek executive approval of that. But the Ed Miliband, the Secretary of State, wrote back to me yesterday and is very much amenable to engaging with me and my department so we can create those good green jobs and decarbonise our society.
Doug Beattie.
Mr. Speaker. Minister, we presently have a situation where somebody can register a dog in one council area and then move to another council area and not have to re-register it. That makes it near impossible to monitor dangerous dogs, monitor dog welfare and licensing. Can I ask the Minister what measures he'll take to standardise practices across councils, including compatible software that they can all react to each other?
Minister. Thank you, Doug. This is a really important issue, and it's something that's been identified in terms of that registration of dogs and the requirement to update records around this. And that's something in terms of the animal welfare pathway that we announced, which is 10 actions will be taken forward between now and the end of the mandate, and one of them which is about that registration of dogs. We want to make sure that there's much more of a requirement to update those records, because currently, you know yourself, it's not occurring in all instances, and we need to make sure that occurs. We also need to have a better public awareness in terms of dog ownership and people's requirement to register dogs in the first place.
Mr. Beattie.
Mr. Speaker. Minister, thank you for that. But I'll raise this issue just so you understand the depth of the problem. As your department puts out guidance that councils should give warnings in regards to dog licences, ABC Council have given out 11,000 letters in regards to that. Derry and Strabane 6,000. Belfast City Council 18. Ards and North Down 0. It's clear that your department guidance is ineffective or it's being ignored, or it's not understood? Which is it?
Fundamental around this is the legislation needs to be changed, so we make it very clear that in terms of that requirement to update records, and there's a penalty associated with it, and that's what's happened in relation to this. We can send letters, and some councils are sending more than others. Fundamentally, we want to make sure that they don't have to send the letters, that these records are updated, and that's one of the things in terms of the animal welfare pathway, to make sure there's registration, the details are updated, and there's much more of a legal requirement to do that, because my worry is, and we know that it's not happening, and then unfortunately dogs are going stray, and we're not able to find the owners. And that's what we want to be able to address. That's practical examples in terms of what we could potentially do through secondary legislation in this chamber. I know there's quite a lot of primary legislation that's focused upon. That's important. The secondary legislation also offers us an opportunity to address the issue, and I'm actually quite keen to do that.
McAllister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, I wonder if you might be able to provide the House with an update on the green growth strategy.
Thank you very much, Nuala. And this is an important issue because we just talked about it earlier in terms of the green growth strategy and in linking to climate change. My department has been leading on the development of a green growth strategy on behalf of the Northern Ireland Executive, collaborating with other departments, local government, key stakeholders and also businesses, voluntary and community sectors. It's a draft strategy and it's a multi-decade strategy for climate, the environment and the economy. The strategy sets out a long-term vision for the future of Northern Ireland, where we transition from a high to a net zero emissions society, and we enjoy the long-term economic, social and health environmental benefits that this brings. In October 2021, the Executive agreed to text of a draft green growth strategy. It was issued for consultation, it was revised and it was updated to incorporate feedback from the consultation exercise and also the impact of the Climate Change Act 2022. While the updated strategy was agreed by my predecessor, it was not possible to secure approval in the absence of an executive. In the interim, the draft strategy has been updated further to reflect accuracy and relevance. It's been shared with the executive since December of last year, and I await approval.
Mrs. McAllister.
Thank you, Minister, for the answer. And just forgive me if I missed or misheard what you said there. If you could make it clear, you have brought papers to the executive for approval. What's the delay in getting those approved? Is that by your department, or have they not been brought to the executive yet?
Thank you very much, Nuala. So the draft green growth strategy, as I said, was updated in terms of accuracy and relevance. It was shared with my executive colleagues in December of last year. A number of ministerial colleagues have come back with feedback, except from one party. I'm still awaiting feedback from one partner in government. Once I receive that feedback, hopefully we can get agreement on it. But it is outstanding since December of last year. It's important that we get it agreed because it's sort of given us the opportunity from decarbonisation to create those good green jobs. And it's really important that we get that agreed. There's many executive papers I will continue to engage with my executive colleagues on to get agreement, including the Climate Action Plan from 2023 to 2027. Essentially, all I need is agreement to go out and consult in regards to that. We are under an obligation to proceed in relation to that, and it's important we do that. Also, we're under an obligation to adopt the River Basin Management Strategy. That's outstanding in terms of agreement. It's also outstanding in terms of agreement on the Dilapidation Bill. I will continue to engage with executive colleagues. I know there was commentary yesterday about the Dilapidation Bill not being presented to this place. Hopefully we can get agreement on that on Thursday at the executive. Also, I need to get agreement in terms of legislative consent motion on cats, dogs and ferrets and welfare requirements in relation to that. I need that by Thursday, and also I need agreement on the peatland strategy. I will continue to engage respectfully with my executive colleagues. It's a power sharing executive. I respect we have different views, and hopefully we can come to a common and agreed place.
Mr. Speaker, Minister, as I represent South Down, which is strong in both the farming and fishing industries, both facing immense pressure, Minister, I'm disappointed to say that the approach that you've taken towards the Nutrients Action Programme consultation and the feeling of dismissal of farmers' concerns has led to the deterioration of trust between many local farmers with both you as the Minister and your officials. Given that up to this point you've said that you've worked with farmers on the issue, what will you do to restore trust, and why should farmers across Northern Ireland believe what you're saying now?
So we've talked a wee bit about this today, and I've made it very clear, and I'll state it again, that these are draft proposals. It's a public consultation. I believe it would be improper to close the public consultation and deny the public an opportunity to feed back in relation to this. I think it's important that we give people an opportunity to consider the proposals and come back, and we have been receiving that. I made it very clear that we had a robust and frank exchange of views this morning with the Ulster Farmers Union and Northern Ireland Environment Link, but out of that there was constructive discussions in terms of the potential to set up a stakeholder group consisting of both agri-food and environmental stakeholders to consider the NAP proposals, the response from the consultation, and to inform decisions on what will be implemented and the time frames for when. So we're very, very clear in terms of that engagement. There's been engagement, but there's going to be significantly more in the time ahead. We're very keen to do that. We're very keen to engage with people. We're very clear that time frames for implementation, I recognise, are important for people, and we're keen to find a way forward together in relation to this. This is a consultation. These are draft proposals. I know people have consultation fatigue, but these are very clearly an opportunity for people to feed back. I'm very keen to engage with people to find a road ahead. In relation to the other sector you outlined in terms of fishing, I'm very disappointed in terms of the UK Government's decision, and as a result of the UK-EU agreement, what I'm doing is engaging with officials to see a package of support that we can deliver to the fishing industry in Northern Ireland.
I thank the Minister for his answer. And in terms of the fishing industry, the announcement of the £360 million for fishing and coastal villages recently was much welcome, but I was wondering if the Minister could give us a bit of an update of what that will actually mean for some of our local coastal towns and fishing industry.
Thank you, Diane. So I'm engaging with the UK Government. I've asked for a meeting with the Minister with direct responsibility for this to get more details around this, because I want to make sure Northern Ireland gets its fair share around this. There's other issues arising from the deal in terms of access to the 6 to 12 nautical miles in the south, and that's something I'm going to be looking to engage directly with my Irish Government counterparts in regards to this. I also want to continue engagement with the industry about wider issues, particularly in terms of harbour developments. We're going to be able to pull this together. There's lots of other stuff that we need to do around apprenticeships, and Michelle McAveen has raised this, and I want to see what way we can explore that, also in terms of marketing of the industry. I'll do what I can to support the fishing industry. One of the key concerns that's been raised is in terms of access to labour and the migration rules that the UK Government have put in place, and I would urge them to rethink those plans.
Question 6 has been withdrawn. I call Mr. Stuart Dixon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Minister. Minister, could you tell us what concerns you may have with regards to the potential for investigations from the Office of Environmental Protection?
So if anyone hasn't watched the Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs Committee from last Thursday, I would encourage you to tune in. Because it's ably chaired, and and the Office of Environmental Protection, the chair and senior officials were at that, and they outlined their concerns around this, and I fully and 100% totally and utterly appreciate the concerns that have been expressed from the farming community in relation to the Nutrients Action Programme. But alongside that, we also have significant environmental issues that we must address. And in her Horizon Scanning document published 2 weeks ago, the Office of Environmental Protection outlined 2 issues that are on the horizon. And they've outlined this previously. It's nutrients, nutrients, nutrients. That is their priorities for the year ahead, and the 2 issues that they're looking at is in terms of both wastewater and also the Nutrients Action Programme. I'm very conscious that it's important that we stay on the right side of the law, and that's why it's important I take the actions I do as Minister. Previously, we were not on the right side of the law in relation to ammonia, and I don't want to get us in the same situation in relation to nutrients.
Mr. Dixon.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Minister, for your answer so far. Minister, how do you believe that the Office for Environmental Protection is considering the contribution of wastewater to poor water quality in Northern Ireland?
Thank you, Stuart. I know that they're considering that seriously, and so do I. The situation with regards to wastewater infrastructure and the pollution it's causing our waterways is not acceptable. The status quo will not pertain. We have to consider that this needs to be addressed, because it is contributing to poor water quality, not just in relation to Lough Neagh, but also Belfast Lough and other areas. This issue in relation to water quality is not just isolated, it is in serious areas such as, for example, in relation to Lough Erne, and that's why we need to address it.
We have no time for further questions. We move back to the Northern Ireland main estimates debate and call the Minister, John O'Dowd, and you have up to 57 minutes, Minister.
I'll avail of acting, Chair, through this direction. Can Cordia, I know that the supply resolution debates can often cover many aspects of public expenditure and not always directly relating to the subject being considered. I will, however, endeavour to address as many of the points raised during the debate as I possibly can in the time allotted. Firstly, I once again thank the Finance Committee for its agreement to take this important legislation through by accelerated passage. This agreement secures a timely passage of the legislation through this Assembly, and therefore, thank you. This agreement secures a timely passage of the legislation through this Assembly, thereby avoiding any risk of uncertainty over funding of public services. Having listened to colleagues' comments, if I could just respond to a few of the points made, and there was a common theme through some of those. In terms of the Chair of the Committee, again, I want to thank the Chair and the Committee for agreeing to accelerated passage in relation to this piece of legislation. As Leader of the Opposition, Mr O'Toole once again raised his concerns about the quantity of time he has to respond in such debates. Could I suggest him that perhaps quality over quantity might be more beneficial to us all? As a common theme through all of these debates, maybe a theme to go with. He quite rightly pointed to relation to concerns and were raised in the Chamber yesterday. I haven't fully studied the Minister for Communities statement yet, but there was concern yesterday that we may not meet our social housing targets for this year. I would say that we are in June of the financial year. It's a long slog ahead. I'm committed to working with every minister around the executive table to particularly to deliver on the programme for government targets. The figures set out by the Communities Minister does say that he'll build around 1,000 homes this year. We want to see that figure increase, but we should also welcome the fact that there will be 1,000 homes built for families and people to move into this year. And of course, and quite rightly, there's a focus on those homes that are not going to be built, and I'm committing here to working with the Communities Ministers and others. But let's also look at what will be done. 1,000 homes will be built. I think and I understand that the Communities Minister is going to bring a paper to the Executive for discussion, and I look forward to that paper. I think there is ways of looking at how we deliver on our commitments in what is a constrained budgetary period, and how those who we partner with in the delivery of these projects, for instance, is housing associations, their reserves, their access to loans, is that being fully utilised to deliver on our building programme? Is there other ways of doing that? So I think that is important to look at. I have been engaging directly with the the Treasury in relation to housing executive borrowing, and while I don't believe it will be resolved as part of the comprehensive spending review, I do believe it has to be resolved as part of the fiscal framework, and the executive being allowed to borrow is a game changer for many, many reasons. So that is something I think we need to continue to look at. Yes?
Should do that. For clarification, therefore, is it the Treasury are pushing back against reclassification?
Well, they're not convinced yet of our argument, perhaps if I put it that way. I think is the most diplomatic way of putting it at this stage, as ongoing negotiations continue at this stage. Moving to Philip McGuigan, Chair of the Health Committee, and again, Philip pointed out the pressures facing the Health Department and the delivery of frontline health services, and I think we all agree there are huge challenges there, as within other departments. But I did note one comment from him which I concur with. On too many occasions, the committee has discussed problems at the Belfast Health Trust, and as obviously an interested observer, as Finance Minister, I can only concur with those comments. I think there is deepening and growing concern around the continued presence of the Belfast Health Trust in the media for all the wrong reasons, and particularly from a finance point of view, the significant overruns in capital projects which the Belfast Health Trust have been involved in. We rightly point towards Westminster and Whitehall for the lack of the over-global budget, but what monies we have to be used effectively, efficiently, and they have to be delivering changes in people's lives. So I no doubt the committee will continue its work. I know the Health Minister has made particular focus in this regard, but I, as Finance Minister, also have a significant interest in this matter as well. Nick Matheson from the Education Committee, as others have done, referred to the pressures on the particular department's budgets and inescapables and other pressures that may be there. And figures vary, whether you're talking about education, 300 million, you're talking about health, it's 600 million, agriculture, maybe 200 million. So all these figures are there and in the public debate and discussion. And I would encourage committees to thoroughly interrogate figures presented to them by their departments in relation to what pressures they're under, what is inescapable, what are priorities moving forward. It's vitally important that not only the committees fully understand, but the general public fully understand what is the true scale of the challenge facing this executive, this assembly, moving forward in the delivery of public services. Figures being bandied about may garner public headlines, and I have said in this chamber before, I'm not going to be guided by the latest public headline in terms of funding decisions, but I want to ensure that the committees have had the opportunity to fully understand what is a real pressure, what is an inescapable, and what is a negotiating position. And when we understand that fully, I think it's much easier to understand the scale of the challenge, and when you understand the scale of the challenge, it's easier then to find a solution, where possible, to that challenge. But Mr Matheson also talked in relation to transformation and funding in around SEN. There has been a significant allocation, additional allocation to SEN in this last budget rounds, in around £15 million extra towards SEN. It's an area that I'm particularly interested in and want to continue to support. But again, as each minister comes to me, setting out their challenges, I'll be doing what I've asked the committees to do, and no doubt the committees are doing. I'll be drilling down into the figures they're presenting to me. I will be asking them and putting it to them, what are you doing to help yourself in terms of both transformation, in terms of ensuring that your budget is being used efficiently and effectively? What plans have you for change? And then we will get down to the nitty-gritty of what I, as Finance Minister, can do for them. It is not the role of the Finance Minister to become a counsellor for ministers, a counsellor for chief executives of arm's-length bodies or other agencies. I'm not here for people to come and tell me their problems. I'm here for people to come and tell me what the challenges they face, and I will work with them when we have fully engaged and accepted what the scale of the challenges they face. That may not be resolved in one budget year. Hopefully, in terms of the multi-year budgets that will be completed after the CSR on the 11th of June, it gives departments an opportunity to forward plan much better moving forward, and will give us an opportunity to bring forward the transformation to our services, which I think we all agree that is needed. Robbie, unfortunately, Robbie's not in his place in terms of the report from DARE. I may have misheard him, but I thought he said, in terms of the committee report, it doesn't matter what the allocation is if it doesn't meet the need. If that was the position, then I would have to disagree with that. It does matter what the allocation is. There's no department, and no department ever will, I suspect, ever receive the full allocation they have bid for. But as I've said in my earlier comments, we expect to see monies being used effectively and efficiently moving forward. One feeling any organisation can get into, you can become fixated on what you can't do rather than what you can do. I think it's vitally important that we become much more focused on what we can do while we continue to lobby and engage with others around the proper funding we need. Colin Gilden, who is chair of the Communities Committee, again touched on the social housing, the need for a properly laid out anti-poverty strategy and other matters, and I have no doubt the committee will continue to engage with their minister in those regards. Paul Frew referred to the need for ministers to come into this place and give people hope. I fully agree with. I didn't agree with some of what Paul had to say, I have to say, but I do agree with him on that point. And I'm not talking, and I've no doubt Paul's not talking about people coming in here and giving false hope. But again, there's no point in anyone coming into this chamber and outlaying a list of problems. We all know the problems. What we want to see is people coming in here presenting solutions. And I will continue to engage with executive colleagues in relation to that mode. Jama Dolan reminded us of a lot of the work that is going on and has come about as a result of the budget. The cross-border health scheme that has been recently announced by the Health Minister wouldn't have happened without the initiatives taken by the Executive and the Health Minister in relation to the budget. The increase in childcare wouldn't have happened. The increase in funding to ending violence against women and girls wouldn't have happened. The increase in funding to tackling the pollution of Lough Neagh wouldn't have happened. The increase in funding for community safety wouldn't have happened. And the increase in funding for skills in our economy wouldn't have happened if it wasn't for the strategic decisions made by the Executive and endorsed by this Assembly in relation to the budget. Deborah Erskine in relation to DFI and the challenges facing the DFI department and covered the wide aspect of it in terms of road network and road safety, particularly pertinent given the debate in the Chamber yesterday and the announcement by the Minister of a change in legislation there. In relation to NI Water, yes, I think as with all bodies, multi-year budgets will assist us in planning moving forward. But I have to say this, and say this to all, and Steve Econ touched on arm's length bodies and agencies, and I say this to all arm's length bodies: the cavalry's not coming over the hill to save you. And I'll touch in more detail on the CSR as I come to the end of my address. We are going to have to do things differently. Now, I know the member has expressed concerns or questions perhaps about developers' contributions, but I think those things have to be looked at. I also think in terms of how the NAEA examine developers' solutions to wastewater also has to be looked at afresh. When developers are coming forward to you with proposals with systems that are guaranteed for a lifetime and they're being turned down, I think that's short-sighted in many ways. So there's not going to be the hundreds of millions of pounds extra which the utility regulator drew up in a budgetary vacuum, it has to be said, for NI Water or for any other organisation. But we have to look for alternative ways of delivering the housing and the businesses and the schools and the hospitals and all those things we need. We simply can't stay still in that regard. Moving on then, who owes, Steve Econ has touched on this point, ALB spent a huge amount of public funds, huge amount. And Steve had touched on the point that, quite rightly, the Assembly and the committees holds ministers and departments to account. Who holds the ALBs to account? Well, I would argue, first and foremost, the Minister, then the committees, if not in conjunction. And my Permanent Secretary today was addressing a significant number of ALBs in relation to the projected trajectory of budget over the next number of years, emphasising to them that, as I put it in my terminology, the cavalry is not coming over the hill. We have to live within the budgets we have. We have to look at and do things differently. We have to be accountable. We have to be effective and efficient. And I have no doubt that committees will take on the charge of holding ALBs to account. In terms of the CSR, a number of members asked for an update on the CSR. I was in the Treasury yesterday engaging with the Chief Secretary of the Treasury, Darren Jones. The CSR is not complete yet. The discussions around it are not complete yet. We have presented them with the Haltham report. We have given the review carried out by Ulster University in relation to the cost of doing business here. They obviously have the Fiscal Council report. They have comments from Sir Robert Choate in relation to outcomes or the necessary outcomes in terms of that CSR. I'm meeting the Secretary of State tomorrow to continue those conversations around the comprehensive spending review and the urgency and need for a fair funding settlement to be given to this place, to allow departments to carry out their duties, and for us to, as Paul and others have referred to give people hope in the times ahead. It's too early yet to state what I think the outcome of that will be. There is different noises in some of the media when you read the media around what likely actions they're going to take with Whitehall departments. Obviously, if there's swinging cuts in Whitehall, then we will have a reduced consequential here. But I will continue to engage with, my officials will continue to engage with the Treasury. I will continue to engage at a political level until the announcement's made, but it's not over until it is over, and we await the announcement on the 11th of June. I also obviously raised the need for Casement Park to be properly funded in that scenario as well. Philip Brett made comments in relation to, as chair of the DE committee, and the challenges facing the Department of Economy and the scrutiny of their role. I'm not going to get into the issue of the accounts because the Public Accounts Committee is scrutinising that, and it would be appropriate for me to do that. He asked what bids have been made as part of the June monitoring round. The June monitoring round, the bids from departments, the closing date is the 5th of June. So we await bids from departments in relation to the 5th of June. I had announced a number of allocations which we already knew in relation to funding as part of the budgetary statement in relation to what will be allocated on the 5th of June as borne of consequences which have been announced as part of the government's announcement around national insurance contributions. They stand. I'm not aware of any further consequences at this stage. I'm not aware of what movement obviously my officials are gathering that information of movement between departments in the executive, so I'm not aware of how much money there will be to allocate in June, but I don't suspect it will be on the scale of what we've seen last year, but we will wait to see what funding comes forward. And finally, Timothy Gaston exposed himself as, I put a note down as a Tory, but then I scribbled it out. Maybe he's more closer to reform now. So it is. So I didn't want to insult you by calling you a Tory. So it is. So, but see, your theory that once the executive label is attached to it, everything goes wrong and public services go wrong. It doesn't explain why public services in England are in such a dire state. And the common denominator is that public services haven't been properly funded over this last decade or more. So you can't blame the executive on it all. The executive has responsibilities, individual ministers have responsibilities, and we have to quite rightly be held to account over those. You mentioned that there was still a significant section or portion of funding that is not covered by its own legislation. I think those areas will now be covered once we have brought forward the Fiscal Council Bill and the Financial Provisions Bill, which, in fairness, Mr O'Toole asked about. Both of those bills are with my executive colleagues. So I hope to have those passed by the executive and brought before the executive before the summer recess, but they're with executive colleagues. And the other piece of legislation that will cover the outstanding spend, which Mr Gaston referred to, is the Truth Recovery Bill, which I believe the executive TEO is progressing, so that they will be covered by their own standing pieces of legislation. In conclusion, I find these debates useful in the sense that I get an overview from Assembly members of their opinion and understanding, and indeed evidence-based engagement at committee level. So it's very useful for me as Finance Minister to sit through them and listen to the experiences of Assembly members and the information they have at hand and present it forward. We undoubtedly face significant financial challenges. I have no doubt that after the comprehensive spending review is renounced on the 11th of June, we will continue to face significant financial challenges. But we can't simply shy away from the challenges that face us. Let's understand the scale of the challenge. That allows us then to bring forward proposals to tackle the challenge. We're going to have to do things differently in several different areas. Agencies and regulators who operate on behalf of the Assembly and the Executive and the public are going to have to be imaginative in their responses to how we put in place the infrastructure moving forward and support the economy, support house building, support people. And we're going to have to ensure that our arm's length bodies, in whatever format they are spending and using limited public resources as effectively and efficiently as possible. And if they are not, then they're going to have to be held to account for that. So I will end on that point, Concordia, and recommend the resolution to the House.
The question is that the motion relating to the supply resolution for the Northern Ireland main estimates 2025-2026 as detailed in the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, if any, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The next item of business is the introduction of the Budget Number 2 Bill. I call the Minister of Finance to move the first stage.
Moved.
Clerk, please read the long title.
A bill to authorise the use for the public service of certain resources for the year ending 31st of March 2026, including income, to authorise the issue out of the consolidated fund of certain sums for the service of that year, to authorise the use of those sums for specified purposes, and to authorise the Department of Finance to borrow on the credit of those sums.
That constitutes the bill's first stage, and it shall now be printed. Just a moment. I can also inform members that I have received a letter from the Committee for Finance under Standing Order 42, brackets 2, advising that the committee is satisfied that the Budget Number 2 Bill can now proceed under the accelerated passage procedure. Point of order, Mr. O'Toole.
Speaker, for granting the point of order, I just wanted to briefly say again and raise a point under standing orders around the allocation of debate time. The Minister responded thoroughly to members, that's fair enough, but by my count he used less than half of the time allotted to him. I had to use 10 minutes to cover both the Finance Committee and my opposition role. This is a genuine point about process here and making sure we do our rules, including the opposition role. So I just wonder if it's in order. I will be writing to both the Procedure Committee and others to hopefully improve this situation, because I do genuinely think it's a real challenge.
Trying to make your point of order. We now move on to the next item of business, and if members would take their ease for a moment while we change the chair.
didn't find a minister in your travels? Sorry? You didn't find a minister in your travels?
You're probably not expecting to lose it.
Ladies and gentlemen, item 6 in the order paper is the adjournment. The question is that the Assembly do now adjourn, and in conjunction with the Business Committee, the Speaker has given leave to Joanne Bunting to raise the matter of social and affordable housing in East Belfast. I call on Joanne, and Joanne, you will have up to 15 minutes.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'm grateful for the opportunity to bring forward this topic as an adjournment debate, because it's a subject that's of great import in my constituency of East Belfast. I'm also grateful to the Minister for Communities for his attendance this afternoon, and I look forward to hearing what he has to say on the subject. Firstly, let me say I consider it my privilege to represent the constituency where I was born and raised. I take that responsibility seriously and do not take lightly the trust that was placed in me by the electorate. I'm immensely proud of my part of the city and all it has to offer. East Belfast is a superlative place to live, work, visit and raise a family. It is extremely safe, it has superb schools, beautiful restaurants and excellent cafes and takeaways. You're in the city, but only ever minutes away from parks in the country. The city centre is easily and quickly accessible, and there are reasonably decent transport links. There are greenways, plenty of local and varied shops, including artisans. It has a strong culture of close-knit communities, active churches and community groups, many sporting clubs and a hospital. Thus, it is a highly desirable location. Of course people want to live there, why would they not? That's always been the case in East Belfast, and as a result there have always been extensive waiting lists. But whilst it is a vibrant and diverse constituency, rich in community spirit, heritage, historical significance and resilience, there is no denying the very real challenges we face in meeting the housing needs of our people. Housing comprises by far the largest aspect of my casework. All types of homes are needed, but it goes beyond that because there are also issues of quality, maintenance and schemes. 4 years ago, I brought forward a similar debate on housing in East Belfast, and in the course of that time, little has changed. Indeed, with the demise of the tower blocks and so many displaced and seeking to remain in East Belfast, it's a situation that will not be resolved easily or quickly. Back then, I stated, day in, day out, my office is contacted by constituents seeking housing support, as individuals, families and those with disabilities continue to struggle with their housing situation. My staff and I hear in detail about the way in which people are expected to live in accommodation that does not fit or address their needs, how families are forced to live apart or in cramped or damp conditions with mould, how people sofa surf between family members and friends. We hear from those who will endure almost anything to avoid having to go to a hostel with their children, or in the worst case scenario, who simply have nowhere to turn and end up living in their cars or on the streets. The common thread in all of these stories is the significant shortage of suitable and affordable housing. Those comments are as true today as they were then. The root of the housing crisis in East Belfast stems from a lack of affordable housing and a legacy of housing executive stock being sold off and not replaced in similar numbers. In the 20 years between 2004 and 2023, despite the significant numbers seeking homes and on waiting lists for the East, in terms of social housing developed, East Belfast fell behind the 3 other Belfast constituencies and lags massively behind North and West Belfast in particular. The figures provided by NIHE are stark. East Belfast, 1,734 homes developed. South, 1,880. West, 3,694. And North, 4,036. And a reminder, East Belfast is 1,734. Indeed, in only one of that whole 20-year period were more houses built in East than the rest. 2021, when East got 57, South 23, West 31 and North 36. Hence, I very much look forward to the day when the Housing Executive is once more permitted to borrow to build. And I know that no one has pushed harder for this than Minister Lyons, and trust his efforts in this regard will be rewarded eminently by His Majesty's Treasury. I also welcome his scoping exercise alongside Belfast City Council to identify and evaluate potential sites for housing development. It must be borne in mind that there are multiple factors contributing to the lack of affordable housing, which in turn increase the need for social housing. House prices are rising, making it increasingly difficult for people to afford home ownership. People are being priced out. East Belfast is one of the most expensive places in which to buy in Northern Ireland. Many of the homes that are being built are beyond the reach of a considerable number of people, as the escalating costs of building are being passed on to the consumer. East Belfast is in demand, and demand increases the asking price, and that's the market. More people than ever are renting privately, but private rentals can be expensive and unstable, resulting in the constant worry of eviction and sometimes relatively short-term tenancy agreements. Furthermore, there are private landlords who will not accept tenants who are in receipt of housing benefit, thus adding to the number of obstacles for some to overcome. Homelessness is on the rise. Many people are being forced out of their homes altogether. Those individuals might have to wait a considerable amount of time for suitable accommodation, and in the meantime, have nowhere to go. Furthermore, the issue is not simply about the number of houses, but about the right kind of homes in the right places, built to meet the real and changing needs of our communities. That includes homes that are energy efficient and accessible, that can help families thrive, and that reflect the makeup of East Belfast. Infrastructure is also at capacity, and planning is slow. East Belfast is already considerably built up, so there's limited space on which to build. The biggest development opportunities in the past number of years have been in Dundonald, where several new private housing developments have been established. However, many of those could not be classed as affordable homes. Water advises that the area is pretty much at capacity, which impacts on planning decisions and timeframes for building. Frankly, the roads are no better. Getting through Dundonald at rush hour is not a pretty picture. Some might say use public transport and get the glider, but even the park and ride is full in East Belfast. Planning and infrastructure are not the Minister's problem, but they exacerbate the housing issue and the demand for social housing. I also want to touch on housing associations and then turn to allocations. My office receives multiple and numerous complaints from tenants who indicate their housing association is not fulfilling its responsibility as landlords with regard to maintenance and improvement schemes. There are places across East Belfast, residents groups with which I'm involved, who regularly express their frustration that whilst NIHE tenants are in receipt of bathroom, kitchen and window schemes, their homes are left with drafty windows and bathrooms and kitchens which either have problems which have not been properly addressed or are well over 20 years old and in desperate need of replacement. And this includes for people on full rents. It is not acceptable. Moreover, numerous tenants indicate that service standards are falling or work is happening minimally in terms of outdoor maintenance and keeping the developments in good condition. Regarding allocations, here I will express my sympathy and frustration for and not at the Housing Executive, because regardless of a problem tenant's track record, they are obliged to rehouse them. And thus, there are numbers of repeat offenders who move perpetually from place to place, leaving a trail of mayhem and often destruction in their wake, and it is reprehensible. Due care should be taken over allocations and the damage these people can do. Problem tenants can completely change the character and reputation of an area and make life pure misery for people who live there. In some cases in East Belfast, the Department for Communities and other government agencies have spent many millions working alongside residents to help them improve and regenerate their localities, only for a few reprobates to be allocated to the vicinity, and the peace is shattered, the reputation lost, and those stable and long-term residents tortured and afraid, watching the place they love degenerate. I so wish the Housing Executive had sharper teeth and lower thresholds to deal with those people who willfully, deliberately, defiantly and for fun misbehave and wreak havoc. Before I take my seat, Mr Deputy Speaker, I wish to express my gratitude to Paul McComb, Gary Ballantyne and all those patch managers who are helpful and treat their work as a calling. Not forgetting the legend that is Carol Johnston, who has just retired, and we wish her well. We are immensely grateful to you for all you do and the constructive and productive way you work together with us to help people and communities. I also wish to thank those in East Belfast who provide housing and accommodation for those who struggle to garner any points and who require some additional help with their circumstances and to rebuild their lives. And here I'm particularly thinking of Mindwise and the East Belfast Mission. Mr Deputy Speaker, I want to stress that this issue of housing is not simply about the provision of bricks and mortar. Housing is foundational. It's about dignity, health, education and community cohesion. A secure and stable home is the starting point for employment, well-being, family life, prospects and hope. When we get housing right, we reduce pressure on our health and social services, we improve educational and justice outcomes, and we build stronger, more connected communities. I know this Minister gets it, and I know he'll consider looking at options to address some of these long-term problems. The housing aspects in his statement yesterday are immensely welcome. I know he's deeply committed to addressing homelessness and increasing the housing supply amongst the many other housing initiatives and targets he announced yesterday. I congratulate him on his vision, determination and successes thus far and look forward to hearing from him on how East Belfast may be impacted by his proposals. He's well aware that ambition is important, but so is delivery, and my constituents in East Belfast live in hopeful expectancy. Thank you.
Thank you, Joanne. I call on Peter McReynolds, and Peter and all other speakers will have up to 7 minutes. 7 minutes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I rise today to speak on the importance of social and affordable housing in East Belfast and thank the proposer, Ms Bunting, for having brought it, the Communities Minister for being here to listen to us, and the Housing Executive and many other housing associations operating in East Belfast who provide the basic human right to a safe and comfortable home. Each week, Deputy Speaker, I sit down with my staff in my constituency office to discuss themes and emerging issues, and without a shadow of a doubt, housing and housing stress is the #1 recurring issue that they deal with on a daily basis, and I pay tribute to my staff for the work that they do for me each week. Presently in East Belfast, 3,700 people are on the social housing waiting list, yet in 2024 only 655 people were allocated a social home. That's nearly 6 times the demand compared to the availability. That's individuals, families and children living in uncertainty and insecurity. Deputy Speaker, taking this to the extreme, I've spoken before in this chamber about a sponsored sleep out I took part in last year with Max NI last year. Obtaining a glimpse into the reality of homelessness in inner East Belfast, located at Banana Block just down the road from here, experiencing the judgment and the stigma that comes with homelessness, and the wider and accumulative effect it has the next morning when you haven't had a good night's sleep. When we turn towards the wider impact of lack of housing and social housing has on our constituents, my office is now regularly hearing about tenants being served notices to quit by their landlord but can't afford to rent elsewhere on the private market because of the cost. The loss of a home from the private rented market is one of the most cited reasons for experiencing hidden homelessness, where individuals and families are forced to sofa surf and may not be known to the housing executive. Additionally, high rents are leaving private rented tenants vulnerable to homelessness, with around 1 in 8 private renters who have presented as homeless to the housing executive since 2018, citing problems in affording their rent, and we must do more to secure tenancies in rented accommodation And I appreciate that this wouldn't be immediately within the gift of the Communities Minister. Would have appreciated a response to this point and the work that he's undertaken with his department when he responds later. I also regularly hear of adult children who are having to live with their parents, often with children of their own, as there is nowhere safe for them to go because hostels and emergency accommodation are not suitable for parents or for young children. I've dealt with cases where the stress of having so many people crammed into one household has an immediate impact on everyone living there and can lead to fractured family dynamics. For example, one case recently in my office where there have been violent interactions between family members because the living situation has caused so much tension within that confined space. I also have several homelessness cases for single males as they score very low on points eligibility, and I know personally of friends over the years who have experienced this. This is a chronic and recurring theme, and updates from the Minister on this area would also be appreciated. When it comes to new bills to address housing stress, like Ms Bunting alluded to earlier, only 46 social housing units were completed in East Belfast during the last financial year, whilst 239 units are currently under construction and 293 units due to start construction. We are still trying to catch our tail with the level of demand in East Belfast, leading to creative approaches being taken in East Belfast Mission at Hosford House, and I was delighted to hear updates on their work last Friday alongside Ms Bunting, the High Sheriff Fiona McAteer and Councillor Sammy Douglas. This is worsened by the last East Belfast adjournment debate we had in this chamber on the stalled wastewater project Living with Water Belfast and the knock-on effect that will have on the construction of current and future properties across all types of housing. A lack of new builds has an immediate impact on people experiencing housing stress, but also elevates the need for other types of housing. And I'd be grateful to hear from the Minister during his response what recent conversations have taken place with the Infrastructure Minister on this point and the impact that lack of support from Northern Ireland Water is having on housing stress across East Belfast and wider Northern Ireland. Deputy Speaker, housing is fundamental, deeply personal for everyone and is a highly emotive issue. It's so important that everyone has access to safe, adequate housing, whether that's via a social home or affordable housing, to make home ownership more achievable for individuals and families that want to take that next step. And I thank the member again for having tabled this debate today. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr McCrinnos. Mr Allen, Andy.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and can I too thank my constituency colleague for bringing forward this important adjournment debate to the House. It's not the first, it's one of many that we've had in relation to all constituencies right across Northern Ireland. It is one of just a plethora of debates that we've had declaring a housing crisis, a housing emergency, and I think we all accept that right across Northern Ireland, that the time for action is now. I do indeed welcome the Minister's own commitments to tackling homelessness and increasing the supply of housing. This issue affects, as I've already said, every community, and we've already heard about its impact, about individuals having to be lifted from the communities in which they live, where they want to be, where they're by their support networks, and they're having to, for example, just this week, families being relocated to Portrush to temporary accommodation because that's the only available temporary accommodation, despite their children going to school in East Belfast. Some of the terrific schools that we have in East Belfast, as the member has already highlighted. East Belfast is a wonderful place to live, to grow up, to have a business, to bring your family up, etc. But there are challenges in relation to housing. The housing supply strategy, likewise, is a positive and necessary step forward. It sets out a long-term direction, but the challenge now is delivery. We need homes on the ground, not just ambition on paper. However, and the Minister will note this, as I've previously highlighted, does the ambition of the housing supply strategy truly meet the reality? We in the Communities Committee have had engagement, one of numerous engagements with the Northern Ireland Housing Executive, where they have highlighted their assessed need, and their assessed need would appear to go much beyond what the housing supply strategy is aiming to deliver. And that's not just a criticism, just for the sake of making a criticism and recognising all of the challenges that we have, but it's about the reality, and it's about the reality of what we're delivering for our people. The announcement of the affordable rent scheme and the 10 million for the loan to acquire move-on accommodation will also go some way in easing the pressures, particularly for those stuck in temporary accommodation or insecure housing. Efforts to secure borrowing powers for the Housing Executive and allow the use of its reserves to purchase properties to address the temporary housing challenges are welcome as well. But if I turn back to the former, I think if I heard the Finance Minister in the Chamber correctly just a short while ago, he said Treasury are yet to be convinced of the argument, and I hope I haven't misquoted him, but in the genesis of what he's saying, that is deeply concerning, and I would ask the Minister for an update. And I know the Communities Minister is not the lead minister in relation to the borrowing powers for the Housing Executive, but if we cast our minds back to when the reclassification of the Housing Executive was first announced, it was way back nearly 5 years ago, and the progress that we've made on that has been slow, so we need to see significant progress being made, and likewise we need to learn from the steps that the Northern Ireland Housing Executive had taken in relation to their house building in other areas, and then we need to see that lifted as part of a wider piece being taken forward. And we've had the debate in here, the opposition brought forward in relation to the availability of public land, and I'm sure other members could point to a plethora of derelict sites. I'm thinking about sites in the Mount, for example, on the Lower Newtonards Road and right across East Belfast that could be available to deliver much needed housing. We've heard the statistics already highlighted about the amount of people on the social housing waiting list, and the fact that that equates to 1 in 32 people right across Northern Ireland and thousands in East Belfast. And we've also heard about the examples of East Belfast Mission, for example, who aren't just talking, they're actually taking action. They're taking proactive steps with the likes of Commonweal, where they secured funding to purchase 5 homes in order to support individuals and families to move on outside of their own temporary accommodation. But in reality, that is only part of the solution. We've also seen initiatives being taken forward around the housing selection scheme. And in some respects, individuals would highlight, and I've had that engagement with them myself, and whilst it's part of the solution whereby they can increase the number of areas of choice in which they can put down, it is in part tinkering around the edges, because in the reality, unless we build enough houses for the demand that is the reality, then people can have any amount of areas of choice down. And also then we come back, and Ms Armstrong will recognise these comments because we have highlighted them continuously in the committee, and I don't think we're getting the progress on it that we would hope. But the housing selection, the place shaping team within the Housing Executive and how they assess need within areas, I don't think that it fundamentally looks at the reality, because there are many areas in which that housing can be delivered and it's just not being taken forward. So I recognise the challenges. I recognise that East Belfast is a great place, but we really need to get with delivering housing in East Belfast and right across Northern Ireland. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much indeed, and thank you very much indeed, Andy. And I call on David Brooks. David.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank my constituency and party colleague for bringing this important debate to the floor. The acute demand for housing in East Belfast will be no surprise to anyone here, and we understand, of course, that it's not in isolation but a reflection of some of the pressures faced across Northern Ireland, and perhaps that's why we have interest here today. Rising demand, ageing infrastructure, inflation and cost of living crisis are all challenges that have placed significant strain on our housing stock, particularly for those in most acute need of social housing. Addressing these challenges will require a multifaceted approach, and we can't get away, as has been heard many times here today, from the need to build more homes. And on that, of course, I echo colleagues, the view of colleagues in terms of hoping to see a time when we see again the Housing Executive building, and supporting the sort of mapping exercises going on as well to identify locations in East Belfast for that. But as well, we need to make some of the existing but more dog-eared and less habitable stock, bring that back into use. And I think this Minister gets that. He's shown that he gets that, while limited by a severe lack of funding made available both to his department but also by the Department for Infrastructure, failing on understanding their budgetary issues to date, but failing to deal with the water infrastructure issues that are perhaps the most significant hurdle to unlocking the building of more affordable and social homes. And I note in the Minister's recent housing supply statement, he spoke that he has confidence executive colleagues were ready to carry their weight in some of those issues, and I certainly hope that his confidence is well founded in that regard. I want to credit the Minister for his determination to seek out innovative means to improve and progress circumstances for those who are requiring social housing and indeed those who are struggling to afford private rents but perhaps unlikely to be able to access social housing anytime soon. And I welcome also his determination in addressing the problems that were caused by intimidation points and the abuse of that system, which has long skewed the system. And which in East Belfast was one of the first issues that I had focused on and raised through written questions and in the press following my election to this place. The growing demand in East Belfast for social housing, which obviously far outpaces the available supply, and nobody will be surprised to have heard the data and the figures spoken of by my colleagues, that showing that it steadily those increases are steady. Families, individuals with disabilities and older residents are among those in most need of secure and affordable accommodation, and the lack of homes and longer waits for homes is placing people in increasingly precarious living situations. Compounding this issue is the limited amount of new social homes that is being constructed in the area. And while private developments have sprung up, as my colleagues have said, particularly in Dundonald, these often cater to middle and higher income residents and offer little relief to those on waiting lists. As a private renter myself, who is currently seeking to become a first-time buyer, it is obvious to me that the current rise is unsustainable. There are a range of factors which contribute to the rocket of rental prices over the last number of years. I have raised in this House, as others have, the significant problem and growth of HMOs and Airbnb-style short-term lets in residential communities. In a housing shortage, we are seeing existing stock and traditionally lower-cost private homes in traditionally working-class communities bought up as a commodity, having the dual effect of corroding our residential communities and driving up the costs by removing supply from the market. I want to say clearly to the Executive as a whole and to the Department of Economy responsible for the regulation of short-term lets, it is not enough to regulate the quality and safety of these properties for tourists. They must also be regulated and restricted to prevent the proliferation, bringing greater harm to residents and communities. In combination with this, in discussing HMOs, one cannot look over the malevolent impact of government policy on immigration. I want to be clear. I speak not to demonise those who have come here, but it would be willful ignorance to pretend that the approach of the UK government and through mayors in paying often generous rates guaranteed to landlords over a set period of time has not assisted in the pushing of private rental costs higher. When a few short years ago I worked for my colleague Joanne Bunting, there were times when I advised constituents that while I would do all I could for them, that their low points would mean a long wait, and they may need to look at private rental options in the meantime. Today, while that remains a stark reality, it borders on ridiculous to give such advice. On this point, I want to recognise the Minister for his exploration of options, specifically for those caught in that quandary, including bringing forward of the intermediate rent initiative, as well as his ongoing support for co-ownership to make it easier for those that are more able to take that first step towards owning their own homes. But it remains the case that in constituency offices, when faced with those problems, you're having to provide advice to people that you know are going to struggle to cope in that current market. So a combination of factors has been reducing the availability of long-term rentals and inflating rental costs across the board. This weekend, I seen a social media advert advertising a Victorian-era standard two-bed mid-terrace house with one bedroom, one bathroom, one reception room, and a backyard functional for little more else than bin storage in the Bloomfield area for over £1,000 per calendar month. I see it today as let agreed, over £1,000 a month for what has traditionally been the entry-level social housing. That, of course, is not to mention other costs like deposits. That figure is not from one of the extremities in terms of examples. Those two exist, but it has become standard and feels to many as though costs have doubled or more in recent years, and that is unsustainable. Mr Deputy Speaker, I have more to say, but I realise I'm coming towards the end of my time, so I just want to concur with all those sentiments that have been expressed by colleagues thus far, and again thank my colleague for bringing this to the floor.
Thank you, Mr Brooks. I call on Deirdre Hargey. Deirdre.
So again, I just want to thank Joanne just for bringing this important motion forward to discuss housing, particularly in East Belfast. Sinn Féin obviously believe that housing is a human right. Everyone in our society, no matter their background or where they come from, should have access to safe, secure and affordable housing. We know the role that housing plays in terms of improved outcomes for people, but it's also a fundamental part of their health and well-being. We are in a housing crisis, there's no doubt about that, and East Belfast isn't immune to that fact. It also faces pressures across all housing tenures, as we've been hearing here today, of growing waiting lists within social housing sector, but also increased pressures in rental increases in the private rented sector as well. And obviously we know that the lack of housing supply are creating these real pressures within our housing system overall, and it is playing its part in pushing up rents. I know that there are other issues like Airbnbs and things that we do need to look at more systemically in terms of the challenges, particularly for inner city communities and the challenges that they face as well. And of course there's also, we're seeing particularly from COVID, an increase in waiting lists across the board, and also the type of person that's presenting with a multitude of additional challenges and supports that those individuals need. Again, this is why we need the housing supply strategy. It's why it's so critical to address the fundamental challenges that we face. We need to ensure that this is done in a coordinated and cross-departmental way, but importantly that we're co-designing the solutions with the housing sector, but also with communities and with those that find themselves on the waiting list and the transfer list as well. Alongside this, we also need to address the right to buy scheme, which has undoubtedly depleted our housing stock across the north from it was introduced in the late 1980s. And we need to ensure that we do consult on this. And again, I would call on the Minister to look at this urgently. This practice has ceased within other social housing providers, and it only exists within the housing executive. So already there is that inequality. And without replacing that stock, we wonder why we find ourselves in a housing crisis that we're in. So that area does need urgently looked at. We also need to ensure that land is available, and particularly public land being prioritised for public housing. We have seen examples of this within Belfast, and particularly Belfast City Council working with the Department for Communities and also the Housing Executive in a strategic site assessment. So they have looked at a number of pieces of land, particularly surface car parks that were transferred under local government reform back in 2014. And this has led to a housing-led regeneration programme within the city. And I do think that will bring forward major, not just investment in housing, but also significant increases in housing options that we have within the city, and importantly starting to build again in our city core and in the city centre as well. But we also need to ensure that these strategies align with public realm, and also that ability to restitch our neighbourhoods back into the city centre, but also restitch them back into each other, because we know during the last major investment in public housing in the 1960s and 70s, that was done pertaining to the conflict. There was a containment strategy that was devised, which actually segregated and cut communities off from each other, but also off from the city centre as well. And again, we need to make sure that any major house building programme that we're undoing some of that negative segregation that was caused to our neighbourhoods. I also believe, obviously, that the housing supply strategy, that there will be good work in aligning that to local development plans, to ensure that the approach that has been taken in Belfast can be replicated across the other council areas, but also can be co-designed to meet the needs of those council areas and those localities as well, particularly looking at the differences in urban challenges and obviously rural challenges also, and to ensure that we're looking at that local level, the systemic issues, but importantly making housing a priority in all of the work that we're doing. We also urgently need to see the revitalisation of the Housing Executive brought forward as a priority. We need to see the Housing Executive building homes again and having the ability to borrow money on the strength of their assets, similar to what our local councils are already doing. And I think that could potentially present a huge opportunity for the Housing Executive, where they could reinvest back into their existing stock to bring it up to the standards that it needs to be today, but also to start building new homes again. So, and this is also important in the context of retrofitting. We know the challenges around climate, we know the challenges in terms of cost of living and fuel poverty, and obviously a retrofitting programme is going to be a huge aspect, particularly when you look at areas like East Belfast, when you look at the age profile of some of the housing stock that we have there. We also need to have better management of the stock that we have across particularly our social housing sector, and we need to make sure that we're maximising not just the application system but also our transfer system as well, that if we are seeing new housing developments come forward, that we're maximising the amount of people that we can move off the list at any one time by maximising our transfer applications also. So again, this is an important discussion. There's been good work that has been done in East Belfast, such as the Park Avenue development, the Lewis Square development. Andy touched on East Belfast Mission, and I think they're doing excellent work. And I actually think it dovetails into the department's priority around building community wealth, in terms of how the community can also own these assets, how they can manage the assets, and importantly, how they can respond to the community need in a local sense. So again, addressing the housing crisis, it obviously requires a systemic approach. We need to see a ramping up the housing supply strategy, and indeed we need to see the housing revitalisation of the Housing Executive brought forward to ensure that we also see direct actions, such as the example that Belfast City Council are doing with the department and also the Housing Executive, but we need to see that replicated across all of our councils. Thank you.
Thank you, Deirdre. And I call on Matthew O'Toole. Matthew.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Lots that's been said in today's debate I will agree with. Obviously, as a constituency MLA dealing in the South Inner City, an area of significant social housing need and demand, I, like other constituency MLAs, deal on a regular basis with pressures in my office, work hard with the Housing Executive, with different housing associations to try and address that need. It's real, it's acute, and it's something that is a human right, but it's also a significant challenge. It's something that the Executive needs to deal with, both via the housing supply strategy, which we hope is going to come forward at some point soon. I will touch on what the Minister said yesterday, and also via other means, which I'll come on to talk about in broader terms. East Belfast, this debate is specifically about East Belfast, but obviously we share in broad terms the Housing Executive area, and also we're in East Belfast now. I'm in East Belfast all the time. East Belfast is a wonderful constituency. It faces, in working class communities, many of the same issues that exist in the south of the city. Joanne Bunting talked about the relatively low number of social housing starts in the east of the city. Well, South isn't too far ahead of you, as you listed in your statistics, and that has been a challenge, and it's been a challenge in particular areas. I welcome where developments have happened, and there have been some in my constituency along McClure Street in the Lower Ormond. There have been new homes open and now occupied in the last year. That's an example of a positive, proactive development that's addressing need. But there clearly are a whole range of issues we need to deal with. I agree with those who have said we need to hopefully make progress on the reclassification of the Housing Executive. Housing Executive's creation is something that my party, and in a sense the historic civil rights movement, was involved in setting up. We are very proud of that. We want to see the Housing Executive revitalised, and to take that role again in terms of championing and really being at the forefront of not just managing social housing allocation and the point system and area planning, but properly building social homes and not have that just left up to housing associations. Though, having said that, housing associations do a really important job, and we are, and I'm also, one thing I would say to the Minister, and I'm pleased to see this, is that in my role as Chair of the Finance Committee, and indeed when I was previously in the Finance Committee, I was pretty repetitive about unused financial transactions capital, which is a type of spending, and I would acknowledge, I've always said we'd be a constructive opposition, I will acknowledge whenever departments and ministers do actually try and make use of FTC, and his department has done a bit of that, and I think he has been his department has been responsible for pushing in that regard, and I think that's to be welcomed. I would, however, be remiss if I didn't use this or the opportunity of an adjournment debate, which is about a specific constituency challenge, to talk about the broader challenge, and it came up in the last couple of days. It came up in the debate on the main estimates, and obviously we talked about it yesterday when the Minister brought his statement to the House on his departmental budget, and that is that the Executive, we can all come here and talk about the issues and the discrete things that need to happen in particular constituencies and particular levers, but the Executive is already falling way short of its plans in terms of actually delivering social homes. The programme for government was quite clear, and to be fair, the Minister acknowledged this, at least he was upfront about it. The programme for government was quite clear that there would be just under 6,000 new social housing starts. That's the number. It was unusually specific and admirably specific. So because of that, we can already see that the Executive is short of that target. To use a cricketing analogy, there are a few cricket fans in the chamber, our run rate is nowhere near where it needs to be to get us to 6,000 by 2027. If we're delivering 1,000 this year, that leaves barely a year and a half to deliver another 4,500, 5,000. If I'm wrong, the Minister can correct those statistics. Now, why is that? Well, clearly part of it is the budget shortfall, but there are other challenges too, and I'm afraid we heard some of it from the Finance Minister earlier on. The Finance Minister said that we should be grateful. He effectively said, when he was challenged on the lack of delivery of social housing, he said, well, but we should be grateful that there are 1,000 homes being built. I'm afraid it doesn't work like that, with the greatest of respect, and his party do not say, if it was the Southern Housing Minister standing up in Dáil Éireann and saying you should be grateful for us missing the housing target, one can imagine what the Sinn Féin representative would say in response to that, with all due respect. And it wouldn't be, yes, we are grateful. Well, members, I know there's an adjournment debate, members are speaking from a sedentary position, but that's true, that's a fact. Missing targets like that would not simply be waved off as acceptable and sure be grateful for it south of the border. It shouldn't be acceptable north of the border. The Minister also failed to engage seriously on the question of water, and wastewater infrastructure is at the heart of so many of the fundamental challenges we face. Environment questions were earlier on. The crisis in our water system, the fact that Lough Neagh is becoming an open-air sewer, that is a fundamental challenge to our environment. The fact that you cannot get housing starts, the fact that connections are so far behind is a major drawback to economic investment. I am drawing my arguments to East Belfast because East Belfast, as others have said, and I'm sure the representatives of East Belfast would admit, NI water and the failure to invest in it and the inability to get connections is a fundamental problem. These things are all connected. So apologies, Mr Deputy Speaker, if I strayed into the political and outside the normally collegiate tone of an adjournment debate, which we were having very early on a Tuesday afternoon, so people will forgive me for that, for getting a little bit too political, given we are still well in the middle of a working day in most people's daily lives. These things are all connected. They're connected in East Belfast and South Belfast and across the north. So let's not play this game of simply pretending that there's nothing we can do to deliver the social housing targets that people were promised just a few short weeks ago. The Communities Minister is here. I hope he's able to provide us an update on the housing supply strategy, housing executive reclassification, but he, along with others, including the Finance Minister, do need to account for the failure to deliver targets. And I hope that the Finance Minister thinks better of simply asking people in the north to accept something that his party would never ask people in the south to accept. Thank you.
Thank you. I call on Kelly Armstrong. Kelly.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and thank you very much to Ms Bunting for bringing this debate forward. Obviously, I do not live in East Belfast, although I'm going to sort of claim that I lived in East Belfast as a child because I spent so much time there visiting my Aunt Nuala and my Uncle Jimmy. Unfortunately, their street no longer exists. Mashona Street was redeveloped over beside Euston Street School. So I actually thought until only very recently that Daddy Winkler's Park was called Daddy Winkler's Park. So there you go. But the housing issue that has been brought forward today is an issue that I absolutely agree is an issue in East Belfast. It's an issue across Northern Ireland. It's a matter that strikes deep at the heart of all of our values and the future of what we want for this place. But we are failing in the delivery of social housing in Northern Ireland, and there are a number of reasons for that.
East Belfast is an area that is very proud of its rich heritage. It's got hard-working people live there, strong sense of identity, but beneath that pride lies a growing crisis. Too many families are waiting for a place to call home, waiting for dignity, stability and hope, and every day that social housing is delayed, that damage grows. Let's be clear, this isn't just about buildings. It's about people. It's about the young mother who's raising her child in damp, cramped conditions. It's about the older man who spent his life serving in service to this community, but now faces isolation without suitable housing. These are not statistics, they are friends, neighbours and family. When social housing is unavailable, the consequences ripple throughout every part of life. And this has been said many times in this chamber. It affects children's education. It affects physical and mental health. And the lack of housing drives families away from the very community that they help to build, weakening bonds that hold us together. The failure to act also deepens inequality. Without adequate housing, those on low incomes are pushed further to the margins while private rents climb beyond reach. We are in danger of creating a two-tier East Belfast, one for those who can afford stability and one for those left behind. Housing is not a luxury, it is a right, and that right should be protected, promoted and delivered by those in power. And when that delivery fails, trust in public institution erodes and people begin to feel forgotten and resentment replaces hope. But there is hope. And I spent a bit of time a couple of weeks ago with East Belfast Mission at Hosford, the new apartments that are built just across the road from Skenos, where 6 apartments have been put in place that will help to house people coming out of the hostel, the homeless hostel, to provide them with some stability as they move into hopefully more permanent housing. That hope comes from community, and that hope comes from organisations that work within East Belfast. But I believe with a political will, smart planning and genuine commitment to the public good, we can replicate that in East Belfast by delivering the homes that it needs. We can invest in our future, protect our community's fabric and ensure that every person, no matter their income, has the chance to live with dignity. And to this end, I would ask the Minister, do you think it is time that the database of public land owned by all departments and their arm's length bodies was produced and aligned with identified housing need? We know that the Housing Executive is awaiting Treasury clearance to be able to borrow and to start to build again. And I know that the Housing Executive are looking at their land asset management strategic plan to identify where potential land will be. But that land needs to be available now. We cannot wait for the Housing Executive to get their clearance. That land needs to be made available to meet the needs of people in East Belfast and across Northern Ireland. There is also, as I mentioned before, an issue with what is beneath the ground. And I have been sick over this last 9 years of me being an MLA saying that there will be no cranes without drains. The Northern Ireland water issue is curtailing necessary house building and it needs to be sorted. I know it won't be dealt with by the Communities Minister, but the Executive needs to take this under its wing and run with it. It takes far too long to get planning permission. The system can be updated to ensure appropriate permission is provided, but at a much quicker time. I believe, for instance, that we should pause the house sales scheme until the Northern Ireland Housing Executive can replace those houses with new dwellings that our people need. So Minister, if you can explain to us, what can you do for East Belfast? Taking this as one particular area, what does the outlook look like for you to be able to achieve your housing supply strategy? What will be the housing investment plans? When will we see an updated land asset management strategic plan? When will we see asset transfer so that communities can make better use of the space that is available, say, above those shops? I hope that you will encourage the place shaping team within the Northern Ireland Housing Executive to look at land banking. Sirocco Works is sitting in East Belfast, massive piece of land that's owned by private companies. What could we do with that land if some of it was available for housing? We do need to move forward on the Private Tenancies Act. The notice to quit period does need to be brought in as soon as possible because there are too many people hitting our homelessness lists because they've had to leave private rentals. Land regeneration is going to be key to East Belfast. Where's the land? What can be done with it? When can we get action to that? Minister, what can you do to help East Belfast? Thank you.
Much indeed, Kelly. Minister, over to you, and you have up to 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker, and can I begin by thanking the member for bringing the debate to the House today. I welcome the opportunity to speak to the motion, and I thank her for the very clear passion that she has for East Belfast and its people, and I've no doubt that if she were ever to leave this House, there is certainly a career for her being an estate agent, because she was so eloquently talking about East Belfast and the locality. However, we know that that may well be a difficult job because of the difficulties we're facing with housing in East Belfast, and indeed right across Northern Ireland. It's not the first time we've debated in this chamber the issues around social and affordable housing, and some of the issues that have been raised today are specific to East Belfast, but I think most of what has been discussed are being replicated right across Northern Ireland. I do want to say to begin that I do get it. I do understand this issue. It's one that we all face as constituency representatives, and we've all seen how acute it has become in recent years. I have, since I came into this post, worked tirelessly to make sure housing has the priority it deserves. I've been very clear with executive colleagues that we need to focus on delivery. That means taking action to meet the increasing demand for social and affordable housing. We need to make homelessness rare, brief and non-recurrent. And we need to make better use of publicly owned land and find ways to address our wastewater infrastructure constraints. Now, I think that we have made significant strides over the last year, and I'm more than happy to highlight some of the actions that we have been able to take and the positive changes that we have been able to make. And I think it was Mr O'Toole, unfortunately he's not in his place anymore, he was asking for an update on when the housing supply strategy would be published. So I'm very pleased to tell him that that has been published. It was published in December 2024, and I am very sorry that he's not here for me to be able to remind him of that, because I know that Mr O'Toole loves to pull us up where possible, and it would have been nice to be able to remind him of that. But nevertheless, we do now have a housing supply strategy in place, and work is now well underway on the first action plan. We also have secured housing as a priority in the programme for government, and we have an executive commitment to provide homes that we need, and a joined-up commitment across the executive to making the necessary changes so that we can meet that need. We've also secured commitments around homelessness prevention, as well as taking decisive action to reform the private rented sector. Cost of living pressures are a reality for many, and I will be bringing forward a fuel poverty strategy at the end of this year. In the last financial year, I provided close to £180 million for the Social Housing Development Programme, and this ensured we were able to start 1,504 homes. Within the East Belfast constituency, 66 social homes went on site in the last year, with a total of 288 currently under construction at the end of March 25. There were also 62 social homes completed in this time, and there are a further 197 programmed to start as part of the programme over the next 3 years. But I recognise, I understand that's not enough. I would like to be able to do so much more for the people of East Belfast and beyond. I made my budget announcement to the Assembly yesterday. I prioritised the allocation of funding to new build social homes, over 80% of available funding being directed to the Social Housing Development Programme. It will allow delivery of 900 to 1,000 new build homes, but I recognise that that is significantly short of our target, but bids will be submitted in year to the Department of Finance to address the shortfall, and I will continue to press for adequate funding to meet this programme for government commitment. And I'm more than happy for Mr O'Toole and others to continue to raise this issue in this chamber. I encourage you all to do so because I want executive colleagues to be aware of the strength of feeling and on the need to do this. So I certainly welcome the fact that this has been highlighted and it is on the radar. I will give way to Mr Allen.
Minister, yesterday not enough to simply ask for more money. We need to do more. We need to do things differently. That's why you'll be bringing a proposal to the executive shortly on how we can do more with the money we have to build more homes. Can you maybe give a broad outline as to what that entails?
Well, one of those issues has been mentioned already, and that's land. Land costs contribute about 20% to the cost of new homes. We have a lot of public land in Northern Ireland. We have a lot of unused public land between different government departments and district councils and other public bodies. I want to see that land being used, and if the executive is not cash rich but it is asset and land rich, then I hope that executive colleagues would recognise the particular need that exists within my department, and that we could find a way to come to an arrangement that would ensure that that public land is being used when we do face what this House has declared, which is a crisis in terms of housing. So it is a long... I will, yes.
Just on that very point about public land, one of the major criticisms has been highlighted by housing associations is the affordability of that land. So will that be something that will be looked at as part of that conversation?
Well, absolutely, and that's the whole point of me bringing this forward, is to find ways in which we can ensure that that public land is used. And it's not just about the availability of public land, but it's the cost of that public land as well, and what can be done around that. If executive colleagues are not able to help in terms of cash, where can they help in other ways in terms of the land? But I will need to bring that to the executive. I think there are a number of other options that we can look at. Certainly, as has also been mentioned in and around the planning system, we need to make sure that that's as simple and straightforward as possible. And there are actions that ministers can take. There are proactive things that we can do to move this along. One of those does fall within my own department, and that's Historic Environment Division. It is a statutory consultee. Whenever I came into office, we were hitting our targets about 27% of the time. Every week that goes by adds delay and adds cost to the building of new homes or the building of anything else that we may want to proceed with. I specifically put additional resource towards Historic Environment Division, and as a result we've gone from 27% meeting targets to 72% meeting their targets. That shows what can happen when we realise what the problems are, identify them and put practical solutions in place. Those are the types of things that I'm talking about when I say we need to do things differently, when we need to look innovatively. I'll always ask for more money, I'll always bid for more, but I want to make sure we're making the money that we have go as far as possible. So I'm going to continue to press for those positive changes. Another example is intermediate rent, and I appointed Maple and May to act as intermediate rent operator, and that will deliver over 300 new build high quality homes over the coming years. We've also mentioned co-ownership today, and that is something that we are continuing to progress with. Mr. Brooks in particular had raised the issue of private rented availability and rising rents being a concern in East Belfast, and that is something certainly that we need to address. And in fact, some of the money that we're putting towards homelessness prevention can also help within the private rented sector as well. My time is running on. I do want to address a few other issues that were raised. In particular, Ms Bunting had raised the issue of antisocial behaviour and the impact that that has on entire communities sometimes as people are moved around from one area to the next, and often housing associations and housing executive can feel powerless in that regard. That is going to change. I want them to make use of the powers that they currently do have, but I recognise that they're constrained by some of those powers, which is why I am bringing forward new measures to make sure that we can actually tackle antisocial behaviour. She raised this with me last year. I have taken action on that. We went out to consultation, and I look forward to bringing in those changes as soon as possible and having the legislative vehicle to do that as well. To address just briefly a few more concerns, Mr McReynolds talked about infrastructure. It actually is something I spoke today about the infrastructure minister about wastewater issues, and it's absolutely right that we deal with that. Mr Brooks had mentioned MERS. The approach of MERS has absolutely driven up prices because they essentially are naming the price for that, and that certainly is having an impact on the affordability of rent as well. I think I've addressed the point that Deirdre Hargey made in relation to public land, and I'm glad that Mr O'Toole did mention financial transactions capital, because we have done more in this department, I think, than in all other departments combined, in terms of making sure that we utilise that to address some of the problems that we face in housing. My time is running short. I want everyone in this House to be aware that I know the issues concerning housing in East Belfast and beyond, and I'm doing everything that I can to help people across all tenures, because having a safe and warm and affordable home is one of the most important things that we can do for people, and I will not be found wanting in that regard. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you, Joanne, for bringing the debate towards us. Certainly.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Could I ask that the Speaker make a ruling on the disgraceful decision by the Chief Executive to deny 4 women wearing Mothers Against Genocide T-shirts access to this building today? Because I would sincerely like to hope that nobody inside this building would find opposing genocide controversial.
Takes note of that and examines that carefully. Ladies and gentlemen, the Assembly is now adjourned. The Assembly is adjourned.